Okay, good morning and welcome to our very first Teach Me Leadership Icons event. We are so excited to be bringing you a range of speakers talking about leading through uncertain times. Firstly, I'm sorry for the late start, but we are back on track and really excited. Thank you so much to all our amazing sponsors. If you haven't had a chance to check out their amazing products and pages, please head over to our Twitter page, our website, where you can find all of their details. We are going to be hearing from all of them throughout today's event. So keep your eyes open. They are so wonderful and they managed to keep us being able to do some free CPD for everyone. I must say, I was just so excited this week to receive our very own TM Leadership Icons pack from Teachers Love Stationery. So do make sure that you check that out, guys. We have got two competitions going on today. The first one is for Teachers Love Stationery vouchers. To be in with a chance of winning that, we are going to be running our hashtag selfie competition. So it's across the bottom of the screen now. Hashtag our TM Leaders Icons and tag at tls.club. If you want to be in with a chance of that. We also have our second competition, which is an amazing book competition, Putting Staff First, which is being run by the amazing Nikki. So if you would like to be in a chance with winning that book, you need to hashtag TM Leaders Icons, as well as Nikki's at Arkansas Nikki with a relevance to her talk today. So they are our two amazing competitions. If you've missed out how to enter, please head over to our Twitter where all the details can be found. We would love to hear from you throughout this event. So please do use the YouTube comments area and also tweet away on Twitter. We will be checking Twitter throughout the entire event and we cannot wait to be able to speak to you. You might pop up across the bottom of the screen with some questions or some comments throughout. So we're going to crack on to our very first. We have got Brett from People Progress as our first guest, who is one of our amazing sponsors. He's going to be here to tell us all about People Progress and how it can help your school leadership teams. Hi, Brett.
How you doing? Good morning. Exciting, really exciting. First event, leadership, real passion of mine. I actually did my MA in educational leadership, so I've been chomping at the bit for this to be an event from you guys. So couldn't be prouder to be part of it. So thanks for this morning. Do you want me to get cracking?
Yes, I will hand over to you.
Perfect. I'm just going to share screen. Always this lovely awkward moment where everyone has to wait and hope with bated breath that it actually does share. We look good. Perfect. So what I actually want to talk to you guys about this morning is systems and systems in schools. Of course, we're going to talk about pupil progress as potential solution to that. But one of the things that we wanted to discuss this morning is actually specifically with this really, targeted 10-minute slot. It's to do with the data point. On the data point 1, data point 2, data point 3. We know that we had 1.6 data points that's been moved to 3. Now, schools have been using the tools that are in their disposal to get really important information. Now, the importance of a system in your school and organization is really boils down to 3 quite key things. Is accuracy of information. Can we get actually that accuracy of information and in a timely fashion? Is it efficient? And also, of course, communicating what decisions we've made as a result of receiving that information, which is hopefully as accurate as possible. Now, schools have been using a number of tools to try and make this data point as efficient as possible as a system, and they've only been able to use what is at their disposal. We're actually here and setting a bit of a rethink and being the innovators in the space and hopefully want to challenge that thinking. We're actually talking about the death of the data point, and not about not receiving data and information, because that's not important. It's absolutely critical. What we're actually talking about is improving the efficiency, improving the workload, improving the communication. Now, one of the major problems with our data point currently, inherently, pretty much every single teacher in the current context or climate is having to use an Excel spreadsheet. And what they're having to do is they're having to try and understand and learn how to get the best out of that spreadsheet. Some people are pretty good at it, which leads to inconsistencies because some departments are doing it really well and other departments are not. The time it takes in which to create those spreadsheets, the time in which it takes to understand, and for leaders. So those of you who are senior leaders on this particular webinar, the time it takes to actually not only understand what a department area has done for them, but also understand if there's been any inaccuracy. So has someone actually copied over any formula? Has someone actually damaged the tracker? The accessibility issues? That is a huge issue that we need to really take a moment to understand, that everyone is still using spreadsheets to type data in manually to the central school MIS system. The other thing is, obviously, not only we're using our own spreadsheets, we're using different formats of those spreadsheets. Some people using Google Sheets, some using Excel, some still using Word. We've got some schools that are still actually tracking and monitoring progress in their physical mark books as a pen and paper, and also some people directly going into the MIS. Now, the efficiency we want to challenge here is also the manual data entry. So every department area having to physically type in the grade from their calculated spreadsheets. I as a department of 9, when I was an assistant principal, I had to timetable when teachers were going to access the single tracker to then type the data in manually. If someone couldn't make that time slot, we'd have to change that around. Our maths department had 21 in their team. Again, there's a huge labor-intensive process to get that information into the central MIS. And then we also know, as a data manager, you've got to actually then coordinate and organize that data in a format that allows allows Scissor and Formatrix, or whatever analytical tool you're using, to pull that information, or for you to push it up to that central system. Now, we know, really, some schools are saying to us, oh, look, we've got that process down in like 2 days. Well, the actual reality is, from the departments, from the moment they've actually started to calculate the grade to the actual manual data entry, the 1 day in which it takes the data team to coordinate the information in the MIS into Scissor or Formatrix, that might be a day, but the actual entire process is taking 2 to 3 weeks per data point. And that's the amount of time that's going into this. And this is why we're having such a large number of teachers leave the profession, because they actually are doing a lot of jobs outside of what they really got into the job for, which we know about. But what I'm talking about today is, first and foremost, pupil progress can actually remove the inaccuracies and improve the consistency with really, really high functional trackers that have replicated any functionality you can create on a spreadsheet, but is bespoke to what you need as a teacher. And we're going to talk more about that when I go through the system in a minute. That can also go straight into your school central MIS. So if your school report from your MIS, that information can go straight into your MIS, which can then go to Scissor or Formatrix. So we actually complement improving the accuracy of the data going into your school analytics. If you want to, we can actually get that information directly into your analytics tool. So it doesn't have to go into the MIS to the actual your data tool. It can actually go directly into whatever analytics tool that your school might have bought into. Now, we're also getting a lot of people pushing back, saying, actually, yes, these tools have been useful up until now, but actually about 30% of our schools have actually moved to one single solution where they don't even have to put it into analytics, because we do now have a whole school dashboard. This means that we are in one single point of entry. And the reason why we're talking about this morning is because the whole purpose of this system and your systems within schools is to give you information really, really quickly and impact on the most important thing: what are you teaching next lesson? This means that the information, because there's only one single point of entry, is absolutely live. Okay, so that means you're impacting your next lesson, not actually spending 6 lessons waiting for the information and then changing what it is you might teach based on the information you get back. And of course, this is what we're looking to impact on, exactly what we were talking about, what a system should be doing: improving accuracy of information, making it as efficient as possible, and improving your communication. Quick overview of what this actually looks like in the scope of what schools are currently using. And this is where the innovation of what we're doing comes in. And I'm actually just going to move you to an actual bit of a look at what we do as well, because I think that's important for you guys to see it. Now, what you can see here is the system actually calculates the grade exactly as the exam board does. This is an example of a geography GCSE tracker. Everything is color scaled to give you an idea of exactly what's happening at question level analysis. Everything is also calculated exactly against the grade boundaries that we upload. Again, that's taking your workload away from you. Every exam series that is sat will be uploading that information for you too. You've also got the ability to add multiple tests, so it's not fixed. You can see here it's easy to add a mock paper in order to compare two mocks, either question level analysis or as a whole mark. Again, giving you real-time information informing your teaching and learning. Not only that, you can build your own test too. So this is the whole part of this functionality. What you're seeing here is a teacher being able to add their own test at question level analysis, even if it's a mini mock or an adjusted mock. What you're also seeing here is you've been able to tag your specific question against a specific topic area specific to your specification, so you can see the information that you need to know at topic summary level. So when you actually add the data now, what you're seeing here is it not only is informing a grade and an idea of how the student is, what their attainment picture is, but you're also looking at how they're doing with regard their skill acquisition and also, their knowledge retention against specific topic areas or specific AOs. So we're now really improving the information at teacher level, which is what this is what data is about. It's actually providing information that informs teaching and learning, and not a process to keep your line managers happy and the school happy with data that allows them to see some form of school picture. So what we're really also excited about is the ability to communicate with individual reports. You just saw a literally click of a button. You can download this as a whole school, as a pack for each individual student with a summary sheet on the front, but this really just speaks for itself. The student is completely clear exactly what they're working at, why, what they're focusing on. Parents' evening is transforming, is being transformed for any school that's using us. And what you'll see here is it is something that allows the department to have access to the key information instantly. Now, there's no tabs or drop downs or filters. Every head of department has a dashboard of how each class is performing. And not only that, we've presented a very, very instant, and I've used that word a lot, dashboard of exactly what's happening across all the key subgroups, so they're able to discuss that. And across at a whole school level, everything is collated. This is this one point of data entry. Everything is collated for a single analysis. And what you're looking at here is a grade analysis of every single student with regard to their A8, their P8, which is all downloadable. Okay, so it's very flexible and very easy to manage. And therefore, this is what's producing is a live P8 score. For the last 30 seconds, a couple of things. Do check out our reviews on EdTech Impact. These are verified reviews. These are ones that have been verified by an external organization and show really high levels of impact on reduced workload, improved attainment, and it allows you to see confidence in what we're doing. And the last thing I'll show you is we are running a webinar. Okay, we are running a webinar on the 1st of July, specifically demonstrating the depth of the data point. So if you go to pupil progress down the bottom here, we're also sharing that on throughout the day. You can go to webinars at the bottom of that page, and you can see here depth of the data point on the 1st of July at 4:15, a quick 30-minute presentation. You'll be able to register for that event. There's limited spaces. I've gone over by about 30 seconds, which frustrates me because I know that Tom is a stickler for the time. So apologies for going 40 seconds over, but thank you so much for your time this morning. Fantastic event. So excited to see so many people here too.
Thank you so much, Brett. That was amazing. I've got to say, I love the color coding. I think out of everything, I know there's so much information in there, but it just jumped out. I just thought, oh, color coding. I absolutely love data.
PE teachers need to, it just makes it easy to digest. But again, thanks for the opportunity and good luck today. I know it's going to be a smash.
Thank you. All right, we'll see you later. Bye, Brett. Okay, so we are going to move on to our first keynote speaker. Helen's with us. Dame Helen Hyde studied in Witwatersrand University in South Africa, King's College London, and the Centre of Holocaust Studies in the Institute of Education in London. In 2012, Helen was made Dame Commander of the British Empire for her services to national education and Holocaust education. And in 2018, she was presented with the Honorary Doctorate of Education by the University of Herefordshire. Helen is here today to talk to us about leading through uncertain times, and I'm sure I can speak for everyone when we say we're really excited to hear and see what Helen has. So without further ado, Helen, I will pass it over to you.
Thank you, and I do apologise because it's my fault that we're running a little bit late. I'm going to try and speak pretty quickly. I found the previous speaker absolutely enthralling. I wish I had that in the schools I work in. So unfortunately, I have to say next slide, next slide. I want you just to have a look at this slide. It has many meanings for different people. What I never wanted was the slide with a pink circle, all my staff looking exactly the same and doing the same thing. Next slide, please. So next slide. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, thank you. I tried to list all the possible problems that we face now. It's just too many. So these are just a few of them. But for me, a leader must be the one who mitigates all of these. I know it sounds a real tall order, but if you want your staff, whether it's your department staff, your leadership team, or the whole school staff, to take care of your students, which is the most important thing, you need to mitigate as a leader all of these things so that they don't become victims. Next slide, please. So I wanted you just to have a look at all these three. And I wonder, how do you see yourself as a leader? Are you a leader or a manager? Do you put your head in that paper bag occasionally? How do you feel when you see these pictures? Just think about it for a moment. Are you a victim? Are you a moaner? Put the next slide up, please. Again, look at these. One of these might fit how you see yourself if you're being 100% honest. And you, as a leader, whatever level you are, you have to be totally honest with yourself. Next slide, please. Those that we lead don't always see us the way we want to be seen or the way we believe we should be seen. All of us have different types of followers, and the type of follower we have depends on the type of leader we are. So job satisfaction, drive, energy, the way you lead, and for me, might sound very old-fashioned, but the way you trust and care for and motivate your staff will result in the type of followers you have, the type of teachers, the type of staff you have. If you're non-creative, standard, always think in the box, you're going to have those three little people that I had in the first slide coming out all the same. Next slide, please.
Helen, if you just wait 2 seconds, I'm just going to try and get your slides full screen if I can, okay? Just give me 2 seconds.
Okay, well, looking at that slide, but let me catch up with you now. Just have a look at all the different labels, because the way your staff see you is really going to be different to the way you see yourself or the way you want to be seen. So next slide, please. What do leaders do? What should they do? Okay, click it. These are the things we normally have: empowering people, inspiring people, leading change, showing your vision and sharing your vision, and so on. But I want you to think what's left out here. Okay, just for a moment, what have I left out? Okay, slide. I'm coming back to what I've left out in a moment. I want you to think about it. These are the things that are really important. Having a sense of humor. Don't take yourself too seriously, because nobody else will if you are really ultra serious. Task focused, yes, but you've got a whole team to help you focus on your task. Being a role model, absolutely. Next one, please. That's for me. Oh, no, go back one. Trusting your staff and caring for them. If your staff feel trusted and cared for, I can assure you, your children, your students will feel the same. And that's the most important thing for us. So for me, number one is your staff, how you care for them, and then they'll do the rest for you with love and being straightforward about looking after their children. I want to just talk very briefly about two of my role models. Next slide, please. One is Janusz Korczak. You may or may not have heard of him. I'll leave you for a moment just to read that. It's very small on my screen. Just read that black bit. It's absolutely crucial. Actually, I'm going to find it on my screen, then I can read it to you. Children are not the people of tomorrow, but people today. They're entitled to be taken seriously. They have a right to be treated as adults with tenderness and respect, as equals. We never treat our students as equals, do we? They should be allowed to grow into what they're meant to be. The unknown person in each of one of them is the hope for the future. Janusz Korczak always said, and he was a teacher and psychologist, is don't expect your students to come up to your level, but go down to their level. Meet them where they are and show them respect. We no longer live in the 19th and 20th century where children, students, have to show us respect because we're adults. We have to show them respect at the same time. And my second role model, please. Next slide. Of course, you all know this marvelous man. The thing about Nelson Mandela was he led, but he led gently and firmly at the same time. But he was one of the most humble men I had ever met. So these are the things to remember. Next slide, please. Not everybody's going to work to your capacity, nor have your drive, but always be sensitive and caring. Look them in the eye. And you can hear from my accent, I'm South African, although I've been here since 1970. We're full of hierarchy in this country. I really think if you want to run a really good school, forget hierarchy. Your cleaner is as important as you are. You can't clean your school, your office, your room the way your cleaner can, I can assure you, or have the time to do it. So respect all your staff, talk to them all. Go out of your way to be with one of your staff. Wash the cups occasionally. Right, next slide, please. Next slide, please. So respect, kindness, and understanding for everybody. But then listen to your students, learn from your students, reflect and act. And then you'll be a great leader. Right, next slide, please. This is what I want for my students. You remember this, I'm sure. I had a motto, and I have a motto in all the organizations that I work with. I can do it, and I will do it. Make sure that your students really do believe that you believe in them, and make them feel important, loved, and motivated at whatever level they are. Next slide, please. Right, so leaders must have clear values and act on them. I wonder, to be honest, when I came into headship, I had no idea what values were. But I do know now what is important to me and what makes my life and my schoolwork and the work I do in general important. So next slide, please. This is complicated, and I apologize because there's too many words on one slide. But we all have to deal with British values. That is part of the job. So British values, democracy, the rule of law, individual, etc. Yes, we know those, and I'm sure each one of you live and work by those. But for me, and you'll know from my CV, Holocaust education at sixth form level, but also starting at year 6 and moving right through. It shows what can happen when democracy fails, when morals are reversed. And you must have a moral compass all the time. It shows what happens when conspiracy theories thrive, when prejudice, stereotype, hatred, violence are sanctioned by the majority, whether it's in your town or whether in your school. And if we as leaders are not honest, show integrity, then how do we expect our students to be? Charity work is absolutely crucial for you, for your school, for your town, for the city, and for our nation. Next slide, please. So what kind of leader do I see myself as? This is how I've always lived. Action changes things, and I do act. So I resigned my headship, and my heart broke when I did it. But I decided I needed to really get my hands dirty. Next slide, please. I looked at what we have in this country, and I know you're probably going to hate this. We are so privileged in the UK. We have all of these things and a lot more. I know we moan about, the poor education system and this minister and that minister, and we don't have enough money or school equipment. But actually, we're part of the privileged in our human race. Next slide, please. Our world is a total mess. We've got pollution, environmental problems, we've got hatred growing, we've got racism, and all of this just 80 years after 6 million people were murdered just because of who they were. Next slide, please. Bosnia, 1995, 8,000 boys and men were murdered just because they were Muslim. Next slide, please. And this is the one, in 1994, the genocide of the Tutsis, 1 million people were murdered in about 100 days because they were Tutsis. Well, this got to me. Next slide, please. I come from Africa. These are children that are torn from their homes. They're survivors. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk. I started looking at Africa as a whole. And I chose to start working in Rwanda. Next slide, please. And the next. I set up this charity, the Rwandan Sisterhood, supporting African women. Now, we work in Rwanda, Zimbabwe, and very soon in Nigeria as well. If you just keep the slides going as I talk, you'll be able to follow this quicker. These are some of our projects. These are mama packs in the corner in the black and white. In the mama pack is everything a mother would need when she delivers her own baby or goes into hospital. Every mother that I deal with gets a mama pack as well as a hand-knitted blanket, knitted with love. That's project one. Our second project, next slide, please, is to actually make these women self-sufficient. So we taught them knitting. There I'm trying to knit. I crochet, but anyway, I had to teach these ladies to knit. They knit much better than I do. I'm on to my fourth cohort now. They are now self-sufficient. Next slide, please. And we managed to ship out some knitting machines. They now knit school uniform. Cohort 1 and 2 no longer need us. They're independent. Next slide, please. I then started feeding deprived parents. Now, this is a mother with a thalidomide baby, no arms at all. And we provide food for all of these people. The children have suffered level 4 malnutrition. So I've set up a feeding program for them in the back of Kigali. Next slide, please. This is the food that lasts 3 months. Each mother gets enough food for 3 months. Next slide, please. I then set up a little nursery school because you cannot go to primary school in Rwanda if you haven't been to nursery school. So these are my little ones. They learn English, although there's a lot of French in Rwanda still, and Kinyarwanda, their own language. Next slide, please. We don't have running water yet, so they wash their hands with taps. We teach singing, writing, etc. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, I'm going very quickly. So in Zimbabwe, which used to be, next slide, please, used to be the bread basket of Africa, literally today, people are starving. Next slide, please. These are some of the statistics that you can read while I'm talking. But what really horrified me is 28% of the children are stunted from lack of adequate nutrition in their diets. And then this is just unacceptable in the 21st century. So I began working there as well. Next slide, please. These are the children I work with. Look at their stomachs. Serious malnutrition. Next slide, please. Again, I shipped out mama packs. There the women are opening the first mama packs that we got to Bulawayo. Next slide, please. We've now building our own little school. The women in the organization are planting vegetables, and we are hoping one day to sink a well because there's absolutely no water there. Next slide, please. These are some of my children in the school now. Absolutely delighted. And for the first time, we shipped out school bags. You can see the little one with his black school bag. Next slide, please. Last week, I sent out a major shipment of clothing, nappies, mama packs. You can see a computer and water, bottled water, as well as tinned food. And that will take about 3 months before it actually reaches the people that need it. Next slide, please. So I've been working internationally. I take many groups to Holocaust-touched countries, students, adults. I'll arrange a trip for any of you if you want it. But I had to begin to work locally. Watford has given me a teaching career that I absolutely love. So I joined One Vision and I became a patron and trustee, and I run their food hub 3 times a week. Next slide, please. We work in a multi-faith community, and each week we deliver over 300 grocery bags. You can see them there in blue, as well as cooked meals every single day of the week. I work with a Gurdwara, a church, people of no religion, and we pack bags every day and send out meals to local people who are extremely vulnerable and actually fall below the social services. Next slide, please. So I'm coming to the end of my talk. Action is what's needed. Please never be a bystander and think somebody else is going to do this for you. Nobody else will. Make sure your students are active students looking outward, not inward. Next slide, please. For the people who are less fortunate than ourselves, in the end, as Martin Luther King said, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but they'll remember their friends. Were their friends silent? Were their neighbors silent? Did you do something? Next slide, please. So this is our world. We need to build bridges across all communities and all religions. We all have responsibilities. Next slide, please. Please be the change you want to be in the world. Each one of us can do it. Take the paper bag off the heads of your children, off your staff, of your parents. Last slide, please. And make sure that each one of you take a step to improve our world. Take your staff and your children with you, and just a small thing in your schools. In today's world, make sure you check the CCTV to see what your children are really getting up to, and then act with humility and go forward with real drive. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Helen. That was really interesting. I think at the very beginning, you talked about how you can recognise staff skill set and how if you look after your staff, they're going to look after your children. I think that's a really good message and an interesting thought to go from. And as well, it's quite interesting to see how leading through difficult and challenging times has affected you and how you've managed to come through that. So that is some really interesting points. Thank you so much, Helen, for joining us today. It's been really wonderful to talk to you and hear what you have to say. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay, so we are going to move on to our next speakers now. We have got Rachel Ball coming up. Rachel is a principal for teaching and learning in a really large academy. She absolutely loves her job and she's been teaching for 20 years in history. She also writes a blog and has written for TESS. Rachel is going to be talking to us about something I think is really interesting. And the moment you started telling me about it, Rachel, I was so excited to hear about dealing with imposter syndrome as a leader, because I think it is something so important and maybe not talked about enough. So I'm really excited to hear everything.
Thanks so much for having me this morning. It's a real pleasure to be here. So yeah, I'm going to be talking about imposter syndrome this morning. And this is something that I really first started reading about 18 months ago. And the more I read about it, the more I thought, this is me. This describes me and my feelings. So what exactly is it? So the term imposter syndrome was actually first coined in 1978. And it's kind of this feeling that you're going to get called out as a fraud, that you're in your position by some sort of means that you've duped everybody into being in the position that you're in. And this fear that you compare yourself to other people all the time, that you're inadequate, that you've kind of faked your way to the top perhaps as well. And that you're just not as good at your job as perhaps everybody else thinks that you are. And like I said, it's kind of this comparison to other people all the time. And one other thing that I think is really relevant is that it is a bit of a scale. So at times, the imposter syndrome might be really crippling and you feel like you just can't go for any position at all. At other times, it might just be that really insecure feeling like I have this morning. What am I doing here? Who actually wants to listen to me speak? Have I got anything relevant to say? Thousands of people have said this better than I've done already. You know, what have I got to add to it? Those kinds of feelings. And it was actually reading a blog by the fantastic Kat Howard that really, really resonated with me. And I just thought, this is somebody describing me. So, you know, I've been a senior leader for a number of years now, but I still have this massive I can't shake off this feeling that when I walk into a room, I'm measuring myself against other people in the room and that I'm at the bottom of the pile. Everybody else knows more than me, is better than me, is more articulate than me. And I just can't do this. And sometimes, as I said, that can be really, really crippling. It can stop you pushing yourself forward. And at other times, it can just be that you go ahead and you make the action or you go for the position, but you are worried all the time that you're going to get found out. I was listening to a podcast actually that Kat recommended, a TED podcast with Adam Grant recently, and something else about imposter syndrome really, really resonated, and it's that it can be different at different stages. So, for example, imposter syndrome might be just the complete, I can't do this. I can't do this job. I could never go for that position. I would never be able to do that. At other times, it might be I think I can do this job, but I'm not ready yet. Other people are in a much better position than I am. And then also the third aspect, which is probably where I am at the moment, where I'm in a leadership position, but I feel like I'm going to get found out. And I feel like all the time I've got to prove that I'm worthy of this position. And I look around and I think there would be other people much better at this job than I am. Really, really interesting research about who suffers from imposter syndrome. We tend to think of it as quite a female, something that affects females more. And the research does seem to suggest that. But actually, it's much more common than we expect. About 70% of people that were surveyed recently said that they felt some sort of imposter syndrome. And there is some research that's been done about the fact that maybe it affects women more because of the way they tend to internalize, and perhaps then that leads to more anxiety. But, you know, many, many famous people claim to have suffered from imposter syndrome. I just put one example there that, you know, Tom Hanks, amazing actor, and yet he still feels like he's going to get called out as a fraud, that everything that he's done is going to get taken away from him. So what's the damage? Well, actually, it isn't just something we can just shake off and think, oh, well, we'll just get over it. Actually, as a society, this is having an impact, particularly on women. So there's a huge effect on the gender pay gap. When we don't say yes to opportunities because we're so worried we wouldn't be able to do the job, when we don't put ourselves forward and ask for pay rises, when we don't put ourselves forward for promotion, all of those things are affecting the gender pay gap. And this survey, this research that was done by The Independent in 2019, really, really interesting about quite how significant it is. I'll just let you read through some of those figures, but you know, it really, really is a serious issue, particularly affecting women. So the important bit of my talk, what are the strategies? What can we do? Now, these are very much things that I use that work for me. It might be that some of these don't work for you at all, but I hope that you'll be able to take something away from some of these strategies that you might be able to put into place just to help build confidence and make you feel a little bit more empowered to go for those positions. So the first thing is to know your imposter syndrome, to recognize what it is. So to recognize we do all have these internal critics and to accept that it's there. I read a really powerful statement recently that said, you are not your thoughts. So just because you think something about yourself does not mean that it's true. And I think that kind of builds on to the next thing. It's about looking at the evidence. So one thing that I would do if I have these kind of imposter thoughts is think, well, what have I achieved? If I write down on paper what I have done successfully, what other people say my skills are, actually, are those imposter feelings accurate? Or is it just something I'm saying because I'm worried about something that's going on? You know, and actually recognizing that voice, but using the evidence to gain a little bit of perspective. Because I think sometimes we can be so self-critical, we lose perspective. I think, you know, going back to what I said earlier on the talk, that remembering you're not alone, this is something that thousands and thousands and thousands of people suffer from. And one of the best things you can do is just talk to somebody else. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. In that Adam Grant podcast that I listened to recently, there was a really, really powerful interview where they talked about using the imposter syndrome thoughts as fuel, not fire. So using it as something to fuel you, to motivate you. And I think it's probably a bit of a controversial idea, but is imposter syndrome always a bad thing? If it motivates you to do more and become even better and push yourself harder, then maybe it's not always a bad thing. I think at the opposite end of the scale, you can be too confident and therefore too complacent. One really good way to look at it is about taking the focus away from comparing yourself to other people, which is something that I've spoken about several times that I really do suffer from. And actually moving your focus away from looking good and comparing yourself to other people and what other people are thinking about you and what you're doing, to just concentrating on yourself and getting better. So for me, I mean, when I wrote a blog about imposter syndrome, one of the big strategies that I talked about for me was gaining more knowledge. And people often comment about me as a reader. I read a lot. One of the reasons I do that is because I'm trying to concentrate on just getting better at my job and knowing more. And taking that focus away from myself about what I look like and concentrating more on just building my knowledge. Really, really interesting piece of research recently as well, that actually talking to yourself in second person can really improve how successful you are. So before this talk this morning, saying to myself, Rachel, you got this, looking in the mirror and saying, come on, Rachel, you can do it, as ridiculously cringy as that sounds, actually can really, really improve your confidence and mean that your presentation or your job or important interview that you've got to do goes better. And actually that's based on psychologist research. I found that really, really fascinating. For me as a history teacher, I'm going to be inspired by others from history. And there is a certain amount of looking around at what other people have done, knowing other people from history who have not let that fear overtake their lives and have pushed ahead and been brave anyway. I find that really powerful. Something that I would also recommend if you really are suffering from this in quite a bad way, if it is preventing you going for promotions or opportunities, is to get a coach or a mentor. Last year, I was really lucky in the senior leadership course that I was on to receive 3 coaching sessions. It was so powerful in changing my outlook. Something that I was really fearful about was going and doing a placement in another school. I was really worried about getting found out, that other people would be looking around at me and going, what's she doing here? What does she know? And my coach, Caroline, she was fantastic. She just really made me shift my perspective and looking at that particular placement, which was filling me with fear, looking at it in a different way. And even if you can't have a professional coach, to ask somebody in your school or somebody that you know to mentor you and to make you reframe your thoughts, I think is really powerful. And something to remember, just because someone is confident does not mean they are competent. Confidence does not equal competence. So you might look at somebody else, compare yourself to them and think they're so confident. That does not mean they're good at their job. Something to hold on to. So some final thoughts. I was actually reading in a Grazia article a couple of weeks ago, a really good article about imposter syndrome. And it was talking about the responsibility that we've got as role models. And again, it just really reframed my thinking. And I thought, I don't want my daughter or my son to grow up feeling these sort of thoughts as much as possible. And I really want to be a good role model. And one thing that I would really recommend is to lift others up around you. So one way that I deal with my imposter syndrome is to make sure that I spend time most days looking around at the people I work with, but also people on Twitter and lifting them up and saying, this is fantastic. I love this. You've done a great job with this. And, you know, I know how much impact that has on me. And it really makes me think about what impact it might have on them. And I've just put some links here on the presentation, which I know will be shared, some really, really good reading and extra pieces of information that you can look at. And just some final thoughts, really. Really, really powerful quote from Eleanor Roosevelt about doing one thing to push the boat out, do one thing every day that scares you. And if you just make that a tiny incremental movement, then over time that can build up to you being so much more confident and managing to shake off some of these feelings of imposter syndrome. I do think it's important to say that I think it's probably something that will never leave me. It will never leave a lot of us. But I do think there are practical things that we can do to push ourselves out of our comfort zone and to ensure that we close that gap and that we do get into the positions that actually we're probably pretty good in. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. I think the first thing that just stood out was that percentage, like 70%. That's huge.
Yeah.
And it's just so interesting. I love the strategies as well. I know from the comments and what's coming in, especially from me, definitely, you know, resonates with me as well, that it's just something that's there. And I think the strategies were fantastic. I'm definitely going to be standing in the mirror saying, Lucy, you've got this.
Totally cringy. But I don't know, I'll let you judge whether it's worked this morning, but I find it quite helpful. So
yeah, absolutely. And I think, I don't know, maybe we'll tweet about it later and everyone can say how cringy it's been. So,
right.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And thank you
so much
as well. We will make sure that gets out to everybody if people want to do further reading. Thank you so much for your time. All right. See ya. Okay, so coming up next, we have got Alex Fairlam. Alex is an assistant head teacher for teaching and learning. She has also done loads of things, 10% braver. She's lead teacher on Girlkind. All round, just amazing, Alex. That's about right. Yeah. And she's here to talk to us about being agile as a leader. So I will hand it over to you, Alex.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for tuning in today. So I'm just going to get my screen up. You know, with remote learning, you think I'd be adept at this, but, you know, not quite, not quite. Right, okay, so is that working?
We have a lot of screens. There you are. That's it.
Right, lovely, absolutely super. Yeah, you mean you would think like after all this time of remote learning that I'd, get on to being able to share this more professionally, but obviously not. So thank you very much for tuning in today, because it has been an incredibly busy year, you may have noticed. So I'm talking today about being agile as a leader. So my talk is kind of looking at when it is that you've got kind of different situations which come out of nowhere, how it is that you can kind of be agile and respond to them. Because I don't know if you're a little bit like me, I like to have all my ducks in a row. I'm a very organized person, and I like to plan and know what's happening and have my kind of clear direction of what's going on when. But that's not education. And it's how we as people who perhaps have those traits can actually be agile and respond to situations as they occur, because education is organic. So a bit like the plant, sometimes what we've got to do is we are rooted in our vision, and that never changes, but sometimes we've got to bend towards the light. So if it is that there's a situation, sometimes whilst we stay rooted in our vision and our intent, we might have to kind of navigate certain ways, because that's the way the light's going at that time. So being agile to move quickly and easily. So thank you very much for the kind introduction. So I am in charge of teaching and learning, and I'm very much a history and evidence geek there as well. And it was really, really great to follow Rachel Ball, because she is such an incredible leader, and she helped me to be more confident, because I too suffer from imposter syndrome, and being an introvert, it was really useful listening to that talk. So I don't know if this is what 2020 to 21 looks like for you, but this is very much how it's looked and felt for me. Apocalyptic at points where you're just like, finally, we're on an even keel, and then all of a sudden a bubble bursts, or something else happens, or a teacher has to isolate. So it has felt like this kind of continuous situation of having to be quick and respond very, very quickly and rapidly to changing circumstances. It's like sand, the shifting sands all the time. So how is it in these certain situations is that we can be amendable, we can change, and we can be responsive in an effective way. So, I mean, if we think about this time of year, I don't know about anyone else, but this is my kind of current feeling, like holding on to the end. So how it is during high pressure moments as well, that we can make sure that we are being leaders who make effective decisions. So with education is an organic beast. It's changing all the time. It's evolving, it's developing. I don't know, it grows arms and legs at points, like a situation can suddenly like evolve into something huge and kind of grow a bit like, some form of beast. It changes, it moves, and it evolves on a daily basis, and sometimes within a minute. And as we learned with COVID-19, overnight, flick the switch, and we had to kind of go into remote learning, which some of us might not have been as experienced as others. Hands up. So a bit like your favorite plot twist film, anything can happen, and when you least expect it. And more often it chooses to happen when you least expect it. You're like, everything's calm now, and then something comes along. So we've got to be agile. And it's a bit like Alice looking down, the rabbit hole. When you kind of go into school in the morning, it can feel a little bit like that. So how can we prepare and respond in that moment? So some key things is breathe. 100% always just breathe and take a breath and think, right, okay, this situation has happened. I'm just going to take a moment just to kind of digest it all. And that is a good thing, because it means that you've got the opportunity to just kind of really kind of make sure that you're kind of calming your anxiety. So, we want to be at optimal anxiety. We don't want to be over the other top of it there. So if we just breathe and then we digest the information that's come to us before. Then what we need to do is kind of think, well, what's the issue? Let's kind of drill it down into its kind of basic things. So we've got a situation. What are the kind of key parts of that situation? And then using that kind of metacognition, have you come across something similar before? So has this scenario or this situation or this event happened before? And if so, what did you do the last time something similar happened? What worked? What perhaps didn't work that you've learned from? And if you haven't come across this before, reach out. Have others been in this situation? So other leaders within your school, within other schools, we've got such a wonderful community on Twitter, both within different subjects, but also on a whole. We've got things like Women Ed, which provide a lot of support as well. So have others been in that situation, and go to them and say, look, this is my scenario. What did you do? What were your learning moments from this? What worked? What didn't work? The next thing is, just like that plant, You've got the light that you've got to kind of move towards, but you've always got to stay rooted in your vision. Anchor yourself. Whatever decision or action that you're going to take, it's always got to be rooted in your vision and your ethos. Because sometimes when a situation happens, we want to be really kind of proactive and we want to deal with it quickly, because, you know, that will then kind of solve the problem as immediately as we can. But actually, is that staying true to your vision and ethos? And that's why breathing and just taking time to reflect might mean that you're not having a rapid fire response, but you're going to have a more effective response, because you've really kind of sat down and thought, this is the problem, this is our vision, how do we ensure that we solve this problem? And it echoes back to that. Remind yourself the sense of why and your purpose, because your decisions need to stay true to this. So whatever it is that is your purpose and the school's purpose, make sure that your decisions stay true to this. Be responsible and do due diligence. So do your due diligence. So do your research, take a beat and check. So when it is that we're making decisions as leaders, these can quite often be whole school decisions. And as a result of it, we've got to make sure that whatever decision we're implementing is actually rooted in research. We've got to be responsible, because the actions that we take and the decisions that we make are going to impact a whole range of different stakeholders, from children to teachers to parents and the local community. So when it is that you're trying to be agile and make a decision and move quickly and fastly, think, well, actually, again, like the tortoise and the hare, do I just need to take a step, take a moment and think, actually, I'm going to research this. I want to find out what others have done, or perhaps what research there is to support the action that we're going to take in this moment. Because in the end, that's a big impact. And a bit like Pandora's box, once it's out, you can't really bring it back. So do your research, and then that will help you to have confidence in the decisions that you're making. That decision might not work out, but at least you can return to your research and say, look, this is why I did it. This was my sense of purpose. And this is why, with the best intentions, I thought this was going to work. And now this is a learning moment for me for the next time. But all fingers crossed, it will work out if you've done your research. But as I said, education is a wild beast. So talk to a range of stakeholders, talk to your teaching staff, talk to your admin staff, the catering, the site teams, speak to the children, speak to parents, governors, speak to your wider community. In the end, it's going to affect them. And sometimes with the best intent, we can make a decision looking at it from our lens. So we might look at it as someone who's on a 20-hour timetable and think, actually, this is something which can be really easily done by the majority of the teaching staff. But tell that to someone who's on 43 hours timetable. Is that going to be easy for them? Is that going to be quick for them? So speak to a range of stakeholders. And remember, children aren't just the recipients of this information. They need to be empowered and part of the community. So speak to them as well. Here's an idea that we're thinking of doing. What is it that you think would be good about this? And what things do you think we could do a little bit better? And then that will just help you to make a more effective and informed decision. Doesn't mean that necessarily you have to go with those decisions, because in the end, you know, we've got a wide range of different opinions and perhaps solutions that people offer. But actually, it means that at least you've consulted, you show that you care, you've come across some new intelligence that you might not have known about, and there could be this new solution, that golden nugget that someone has come out with. And you, as I said, you might not go with an opinion or a strategy that someone suggests, but you can say, I valued that, and thank you very much for that, but this is why we've gone with this one. Always be transparent. So be honest with them, and that will help them to take them with you. So when it is that you're making a decision, be honest. If it is that you've got a rapidly changing situation and you're having to make rapid fire decisions, be honest and say, this is the situation that we're in, and this is the solution that we've gone for, or the action. Is it the most perfect one? No, but it works for now. And remember, this is what we're trying to achieve in the long term. This situation has happened. We need to get to here. So in the short term, we're going to go for this and then do this. And then that just means that people can then feel that they know what is happening, and they go with you on that journey and they support you. And it's a process that they're involved in rather than the recipient of information. But also with that, be open to challenge and be willing to adapt as well. When you lead on a decision, it's about making sure that you have an open door policy, that you have people that can feed back to you. And we very much welcome the opinions of our HODs. And quite often before making a decision, we'll go to them and we'll say, what do you think we could do with this? Like, how could we make it better? And their ideas are incredible, and they do genuinely make it so much better. Ideas that I would never have thought of. And it's that willingness to adapt, because in the end, all we want is the best for the children. And that means kind of adapting from what our initial idea is to something which is better. It might involve creative solutions. So it might involve remodeling of something. It might involve something completely new that you've never done before. And that in itself can be quite exciting, but it can also be quite daunting when you're trying something which is completely new, which is why I always say, do your research and your due diligence. I can say it this time. Flexibility and compromise. So the solution might not be perfect. Now, hands up, I am a perfectionist. I have to have everything perfect. And it's really, really annoying, I can imagine, for people, because, you know, I do focus on the minutiae. And so as a leader, I've had to learn that when it is that we've got to be agile, when we've got to make really rapid fire decisions, that actually the solution might not be perfect, but it works for now. And that actually will then work on a solution which will help it in the longer term. It might not be kind of what it is that I would have wanted to have done in a perfect situation, but when you're in a storm, actually you've got to go with the best decision that's available, or the best strategy that's available within the context of the situation that you're in. And you've got to make peace with that and kind of think, well, actually, this is the best of what we've got, and we'll drive towards improving it, and so on. And then embrace advice and the chance to educate yourself further. I am always up for listening for advice, because when it is that you're making these decisions, the best thing you can do is have a sounding board and someone saying, well, have you thought about X, Y, and Z? And have you read this book? So some key things for me would be, when you're an agile leader, it's about the before and it's the after. So it's not just being agile in the situation, as I've talked about there. It's about your prep before and it's your prep afterwards. So a bit like an early warning system in kind of like earthquakes, you've got to kind of have like an early warning system in school in terms of how it is that you can see situations beginning to emerge. So that intelligence on the ground. So always be on the intel gathering, listen to the stakeholders within your school, look at evolving things within the curriculum and government policy. Always be on the intel gathering so that you can respond when that situation comes about. And we can't always predict every situation. I mean, I don't know about you, but, you know, global pandemic was not on my being agile preparation list. But there it was, and it came along. And I think, you know, we've made some great strides on that. We've also learned some things from some things that perhaps we didn't do as effectively as we thought they might do. But it's about this learning to anticipate in situations that you can. So curriculums are always going to need to change in terms of not whole scale change. We've just gone through our first iteration of our curriculum development, but we're going to have to adapt it and evolve it to improve it for its next iteration. And we've noticed that literacy is a key thing. We've been intel gathering all throughout the year to identify that that's something that we needed to do. So that when the stats came out about kind of reading ages and kind of extended writing being an issue for children as a result of kind of typing during lockdown, we were prepared for that because we'd done our intel gathering. So making sure that you are kind of really looking at kind of the seeds of something which could evolve into something else. And things like, you know, the electricity and the internet will go down. What will you do? So, you know, it's a bit of a kind of like headless chicken moment when you're like, oh my God, the emails have gone down and everything. Well, actually have something in preparation for that. Have something where you're like, actually, if this happens, we're going to do a tannoy, and this is our go-to kind of situation. Flu and norovirus will emerge in communities. Again, how are you going to respond to this? You know, how are you going to ensure that the building is safe and that learning continues, et cetera, and safeguarding processes are in place? So again, have some kind of early warning system that can spot that intelligence and have like almost like a draft contingency, because there's no point in having a kind of 29-page policy. This is how we will respond to an outbreak of norovirus, because how it transpires and how it affects the communities changes from minute to minute. So you need to have a draft and then evolve it for the context of that moment. And then afterwards, see plot twist as a learning opportunity, grow and know better from it. So for example, we've had COVID, we've got blended learning, and now we know that we need to focus on digital literacy more so. And then just finally for me, remember the storm will pass and there is nothing that can't be overcome.
Thank you so much, Alex. That was really interesting. I've made quite a few notes there. I thought the strategies were fantastic as well. Being honest and transparent, I think, was something that was so key, getting your staff to go with you on that. Even if it's not something that they haven't suggested or you're going against the suggestion, being honest and transparent, I think, is fantastic. So thank you so much for that. I thought that was amazing.
Thank you.
Okay, just a reminder, guys, that we have got the 2 competitions going on today. So we have got the Teachers Love Stationery competition. So if you take a selfie and you hashtag TM Leaders Icons and also at Teachers Love Stationery, you will be in a chance of winning that one. We also have the book competition, which Nikki will be talking about in her talk coming up shortly. And that again is another tweet. So without further ado, we have got Rebecca lined up next. Rebecca Dan, she has been teaching for 14 years. She is head of English as an assistant head teacher, she leads on whole school literacy and middle leadership development. She is here to talk to us today about supportive leadership of middle leaders. Hi, Rebecca.
Hi, Lucy. Morning.
All right. Okay, well, I will hand it over to you. Thank you.
Lovely. I will share my screen.
Just a quick reminder, everybody who's speaking, if you want to share your screen in advance of speaking, then you can do. You can just click share screen. If you're waiting in the waiting room, you can share it in advance, and then I will just throw it up when you're ready.
I was not that organised. I feel like Tom's told me off there a little bit. Sorry, Tom.
No, that's not telling off. That's just for helping everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. Lovely. Thank you. So, morning. My name's Rebecca Dan. As Lucy said, I'm assistant head teacher, and I'm also, for the last 3 years, I've been assistant head teacher whilst still being head of English. So the reason I've chosen this topic of supportive leadership of middle leaders this morning is because the theme of the whole event is leading through difficult, challenging times. Alex just showed the kind of battlefield image, which really resonated with me, of what this year's been like. And through my role, it kind of gives me this dual perspective of understanding how, as a senior leader, you can best support middle leaders so they are able to do their job effectively. So I wanted to talk about the supportive leadership of middle leaders through 3 key areas based on systems that support, not suffocate. So I was thinking about how in some schools you could have quality assurance systems that are high stakes, high accountability, and really get in the way of middle leaders being able to focus on the important things. But more effective than that, I think, is low threat, clear plans that help middle leaders take off the cognitive load of knowing what they have to do and when, and make them focus on the really important stuff like improving teaching in their department, reviewing and improving the curriculum. So I've thought about 3 key areas that I'm going to focus on today. And those 3 key areas are centered on the idea of trust. So all of this could be summed up in that one word, the idea that we should trust middle leaders to be the experts in their subject areas. The first key area is planning. So when I was thinking about developing middle leaders and supporting middle leaders, I actually think so much heavy lifting on that is done by a really, really good whole school calendar. Just really simple, really clear pathway for noticing what's going on. Alex referred to it as kind of intel gathering there, and planning improvement. And that calendar of systems provides a safety net that eases workload. So the middle leaders can think about the how and not the what. So for an example, middle leaders need to be thinking about how they're going to review and improve their curriculum to best support their learners through each specific year. And they don't want to be thinking about filling in a really complex curriculum review document. So they really want to think about the how and not the what, and clear planning throughout the year helps them have enough kind of space to focus on that. The second element is flexibility. So I think to help and support middle leaders in a supportive, not a suffocating way, they need consistency in purpose, not in method. So what I mean by that is, for example, if there is a whole school purpose to raise the attainment of disadvantaged students, it's about recognizing that that might look very different in science and in English. And the method doesn't have to be the same. So allowing for a personalized adaptation and support process in different areas. The third element is communication. Now, I think we always say we know communication is really important, but it's how we communicate. And I think that sometimes in schools when we're really, really busy as senior leaders, we get communication wrong because we bombard, we give lots and lots of information quickly, and that takes away from middle leaders being able to just focus on the important things. So I feel like really effective communication allows opportunities to share, to question, and also to reflect. Again, this idea of a calendared schedule, but also not things one after the other, quick. This idea for reflection and action built in. So, for example, if you were going to calendar in a series of learning walks, make sure that they're low in threat, they're low stakes, but they allow middle leaders time before the next thing that they have to focus on to decide, actually, what do I want to change in the department from what I've seen in the learning walk? And break processes down. So to provide the when and the what. So to be flexible, but to be able to say, this is what we want, this is when we want, this idea of clear is kind. And I've chosen a quote here from James Clear in Atomic Habits, which I actually saw Rachel Ball recommend and then read it, and it's great. He says, you do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. So this idea of not just setting a goal, but actually thinking about the minutiae of how you're going to reach that goal and providing a clear plan to middle leaders for that. So I'm going to say a little bit about each element. So firstly, planning. So I'm going to talk from my experience of what I've done this year for department meetings. So this is a very, very simple document that I did at the beginning of last year, 2020. And it's massively helped me because I always worried about department meetings kind of coming along and me not having really planned them properly and just information giving. So all this is it follows the whole school calendar. So it's no extra workload for the department. There is a CPD focus for every meeting. It kind of echoes what's going on in the curriculum at that stage of the year. And every member of the department delivers. So all members of the department did is sign their name up against which element they wanted to present on. And just this clear plan for the year has been brilliant in allowing subject knowledge to develop, building curriculum coherence, because it's made us all think about how this topic links with this topic. And it's really recognised the expertise in my department, in the English department, and I think it would be a great way to recognise expertise within the school because it's given a voice to people who might not always have a chance to speak and share their expert knowledge. Moving on to communication. So when I was thinking about communication, I looked at Mary Myatt's blog on careful curiosity because I loved this idea of using a culture of careful curiosity to learn about what's happening in the school and to learn more about the areas that you maybe don't know about as a senior leader. So this idea that it is to ask questions to make sure that we are able to extract value from anything we are doing, to think through and justify why we are doing what we are doing. So not just blindly doing something. And the process of thinking through our reasons is the point. So thinking about that, this is one example through my role of developing middle leaders that I hope fostered this idea of careful curiosity. So this is a little section of a document I prepared for middle leaders meetings. So my role in those is to stop them becoming just information giving and admin. I want all middle leaders to be able to use those as an opportunity to share best practice, to ask questions, and I also wanted to encourage professional reading. So this document was a series of 10 questions in total that I produced with links to further reading on each area after school closures last year, whilst we were planning in the last year's summer term, coming back from school closure in September. So the questions were just a sort of prompt for the middle leaders to discuss their plans for coming back to school and how they were going to tackle that challenge, further reading that they could go away and just learn from other perspectives. It was a chance in the meeting when they came together to discuss their ideas. It was a chance for senior leaders to learn and listen to feedback. And it fostered that idea of a continual focus on improvement, because we were thinking about how can we learn from this massive challenge that we had last year of school being closed, having to learn about online teaching, and how can we take that forward when schools reopen. Another element of communication as a senior leader, I think it's really important to be honest about your own mistakes and what you want to work through, what you want to talk about with that person, but also what you want to talk about and learn from them. This idea of caring personally from Kim Scott in Radical Candor is so important. So again, asking questions, noticing what is going on with the middle leaders and how you can support. Be a sounding board. I think it's our job just to listen a lot of the time. Recognise achievements, but also when I was reading Elizabeth Day's book, How to Fail, I really liked this quotation: failure is data acquisition. Middle leaders are going to make mistakes. I definitely have whilst I've been head of English. That is natural. But they're acquiring data that they can use in the future from their failures. So again, it's about trusting that they will learn from those mistakes and improve and act on them. And again, from Mary Meyer, I love this idea in High Challenge, Low Threat of noticing. So she says, noticing is one of the most powerful things that thoughtful leaders can do. They notice the small stuff, the things that make a person tick, the small triumphs and gains. And, we use such horrible language for that idea of noticing, quality assurance, accountability, work scrutiny. But actually, the idea of noticing as one of the most powerful things leaders can do, I think is really, really good. And finally, flexibility. So this idea that it will look different in every area of the school. So yes, you might have your whole school calendar, you might have your overarching plan for how you want improvements to work, but just recognizing it is fine if it looks different in computing to science. So one of my things that I've done in my role of developing middle leaders is CPD for teachers at different stages of their career, because as well as different subject areas in the school, we've also got middle leaders who are very, very experienced to middle leaders who are just starting out, or people who want to look at leadership as the next stage of their career. So firstly, we have a middle leaders hub, which is a link to professional reading and videos.
30 seconds, Rebecca.
Thank you, that expert middle leaders can go to. And secondly, I planned a building potential course, which was for those people that might want to consider leadership in the future and focusing on aspects of leadership that they could kind of work on in their early career stages. Okay, so hopefully that was helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lucy.
Oh, thank you so much. That was amazing. I think all of those links, It's just incredible for people to have. If you haven't already signed up to our recording where you can have access to all this, please do remember to head over to Big Marker, and you should be able to get hold of the resources after when this is uploaded. I think what you talked about there about the quality assurance and the noticing was just so interesting, because you're right, that kind of negative connotation comes about. But actually, when people start just thinking, yeah, it's just noticing, it starts to reframe how we think. And I think I'm definitely going to take that away from this. I've written it down in large next to me. So that was really great.
It is Mary Myatt's idea. I can't claim her genius, but I did like it. Yeah, it was great.
It was really good. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Okay, as well, guys, just remember that if you head over to Twitter, keep your tweets coming, as well as the live comments. It'd be great to hear from you. We are going to move on now to Mark, who is one of the founder of Wellbe, who is one of our amazing sponsors. But today he is here with his leadership hat on. So he has spent the last 12 years working with thousands of schools on coaching, culture, and leadership. He's worked with the ASCL, being program lead for Ambition Institute's Building and Sustainable Match program, and run the 12 DFE supported equality and diversity leadership programs for women. So I will hand over to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, and it's great to be with you all today. What I want to do is to talk about leadership in the context of staff engagement and well-being, and hopefully leave you with some practical things you can take away and use. There's really never been a better time for leaders to focus on their own well-being and that of those they lead. It's time to properly put staff first. It's the only sustainable way of achieving the student outcomes we need and the catch-up that is planned. I often ask leaders I work with to make a binary choice. If they had to choose one of these, what would it be? To be selfish or selfless? Of course, in the real world, it's not as simple as that, yet most choose to be selfless, and I can understand why. Yet to be selfless, you have to first be selfish and make sure you're looking after yourself. It's very much like the safety announcements on planes, and I know you'll have heard this before, and they say put your own oxygen mask on first before helping others. Not always easy to do, and taking responsibility for your own well-being as a leader is important. And while you cannot control time, all of us do have choice in what we prioritize, even if we don't always recognize it. I'm sure you'll have seen the DFE has finally launched their Education Staff Wellbeing Charter, and let's hope that they and Ofsted deliver on the commitments they put out that they're going to make. And if they do, we're going to see some big changes. And today I'm going to focus on the commitments that schools need to make. There are 11 of them, but I'm only going to pick out 3. And whilst it is a voluntary charter, there are some things that are worth looking at as leaders. The second commitment is give staff the support they need to take responsibility for their own and other people's well-being. It asks you to empower staff to take ownership of their own well-being, yet there are no instructions. But when it comes to staff well-being, there is one thing guaranteed to have a big impact. Self-talk. We're our own biggest critic or our biggest cheerleader. We're the person we listen to most each day. Yet so many staff go home at the end of each day thinking about all the things they didn't get done and worrying about them, rather than the incredible number of things they did get done, confident in the knowledge they have done a good job. So I just want to share 2 numbers with you. The first is number 3. This is the number that psychologist Barbara Fredrickson came up with following her research with thousands of people, that for every negative thought you give yourself, you have to balance this with 3 positive ones. She called it the positivity ratio. And the second number is 2.9013. And this is a number that psychologist Marcial Lasada came up with after a decade of research into low and high performing teams. Turns out this represents the ratio of positive to negative interactions needed to make a team successful. So put simply, it takes roughly 3 positive comments or expressions to offset the effects of 1 negative one. So negative self-talk or talk from others needs a positivity ratio that is 3 times greater. But what does this mean for you and other leaders? Well, to be aware of what you say to yourself and to others. Create a trigger for your homeward journey. It can be a post-it note on your dashboard or an alarm on your phone that reminds you to pick at least 3 things you've done well that day and to focus on them and the impact that you've made. As leaders, share and encourage members of your team to do the same, and let's create a culture where we are spending more time looking for what is going right rather than for what is going wrong. And when directly managing others and working with colleagues, keep score on the positive comments you make to them and the negative ones too, but make sure you get the ratio right. Imagine the impact this will have on well-being across the school if all staff were more positive to themselves and to others. To help all staff, though, we need to first focus on the second commitment in the Charter. Give managers access to the tools and resources they need to support the well-being of those they line manage. The most important part of this is to ensure leaders get the training and development that will allow us all to become great people managers. But it also needs time to be given to it, something sadly lacking within the current structure of education. While we need to campaign to increase capacity so new leaders are not leading in 5 hours a fortnight and juggling everything they have to do, the burden to fix this is going to fall on schools and leaders themselves, at least in the short term. And when it comes to improving workplace wellbeing and staff performance, one place to look is at those behaviours proven to prevent and reduce staff stress. Having these as one of the available tools, being aware of them and role modelling them has the potential to make a big difference. Research from Goldsmiths, University of London, and funded by the Health and Safety Executive and Investors in People, among others, identified 12 competencies and associated behaviours. If leaders demonstrate these, then they'll engage their teams and create an environment where more people thrive. Staff will also copy and take greater ownership of their own well-being. Some of these key behaviours include doing what you say you will, not talking about people behind their backs, not taking feedback as criticism, not believing your way is the only way, being consistent in your leadership or moods, and giving more praise than criticism. I've provided a link at the end of the slides to an article on these competencies for anyone who might be interested. The last of these, praise and recognition, is such a key part of a line manager's toolkit. It's even been shown to be more effective than a pay rise. And when we run our staff wellbeing surveys, the question my line manager encouraged me at work is one where staff in schools consistently give lower scores than in other sectors. And it stands out because they score more highly in all the other questions relating to manager support. Why? Well, school leaders are great at shout-outs, at recognising contributions in emails and at putting cards in pigeonholes. But one thing that's often missing, and particularly when considering distributed leadership, is that we're not as good at catching people doing things right in the moment. As teachers, we do this in the classroom with our students all the time, yet step outside and we're rushing to our next task or at least thinking about it. And while there are difficulties with teaching staff being distributed across classrooms, if you want to quickly improve how staff are feeling and improve their well-being, then this is for you. You can do it individually, though ideally if you have influence, start with a whole senior team. Individual or together, set a goal to catch at least one person doing something right each day. Make it your objective and constantly review it. Reflect and practice until it becomes a habit. You need to be specific and authentic when doing this. What did you see? What did you like about it and why? Not just a quick well done or great job. And if working as a team, share this as an agenda item at regular leadership team meetings. And if not, build in personal reflection time. Start doing this and it'll become contagious. Middle leaders will copy and throughout the school. And as you do, you can cascade through line managers. Even if others don't do it in your school, you can take ownership and you'll notice a difference with your own team. I was first taught this back in the late 1980s. And yes, I know it means I'm showing my age. It was called Managing by Walking About, such a snappy title, and it works. I've seen many schools do this as an action after running their first staff wellbeing survey, and they've seen improvements in scores across a range of areas when running the survey again. Give it a go, you've got nothing to lose and a lot to gain. And this is just one of the steps leaders can take to address staff wellbeing, and it is the one that will bring the quickest win. And as we come out of COVID, including leaders, staff, including leaders, will need support. And if you're serious about this, you need to regularly measure how you're performing. And this is the final commitment for schools in the Staff Wellbeing Charter, suggesting that you measure the wellbeing of staff using recognised tools and metrics and are transparent about results, and that you monitor over time. And helping schools to do this is obviously what we do. And as leaders, whether we're looking at a goal for our own development or as a school looking at goals for all staff, it's not possible to set the right plans and arrive at your destination without knowing where you are now. But the survey is not the important part. It's what you do afterwards that makes the difference. In the same way as you create reporting and a process for maintaining and improving student outcomes, surely we want the same for staff wellbeing, to systemize how you measure, monitor, and improve it. Make it a standing item for management, staff, and board meetings. And once you have an effective system in place with the same annual survey and a report each term, it'll become much easier to see what is happening, ask questions, and both support and constructively challenge as a leadership team, as actions become part of the school development plan. I've put up a web page for attendees covering the things that I've shared today, and you can now see the link at the bottom of the slide. It shares 2 short videos of the tips I've talked about, both as a reminder for you and to share them with others if you feel it's appropriate. It also includes a further video and article on the steps to running your own staff wellbeing survey, and an article on the 12 competencies I mentioned earlier. Well, I'd obviously love you to use us for this and let us do the work for you so that you can focus on what you're good at. I recognise that some schools run their own surveys, and if they do, I want to make sure they do the best job for them and their staff. So thank you for listening, and I'd be really happy to answer any questions on leadership, culture, wellbeing. Obviously not now, but just email me. You've got my details, and I'll always respond. And that's me done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. I think your comments as well about focusing on positivity was really fantastic. I think maybe something when we're all so busy, it just goes out of mind to remember to give those positive comments to people. When something goes wrong, it's so easy to go, can you just, and focusing on that would be great. So thank you so much for bringing that to everyone's attention as well. Brilliant. Well, thank you. So we are going to move on to our next keynote speaker. Very excited to have Kezia Featherstone with us today. She is going to talk to us about how to be a umbrella, and we are so excited to hear about this. So Kezia, you've been in education for nearly 30 years. At the minute you have been a head, you are a co-founder and global strategic leader for Women's Ed. You're obsessed with Dr. Martens and currently teaching your own year 9 daughter English, which sounds incredibly fun and challenging. So
yeah, I think it's probably been more fun for me than it has been for her.
Okay, well, I will hand over to you. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you ever so much, Lucy. And I have been teaching a very long time. I know, obviously, I look very young. It's the light this morning, and I hope everybody is fine on this lovely Saturday morning. I do apologise. My throat is a little bit dry, possibly because it's been one of those weeks. So if I do need to take some sips of drink as we go through the morning, apologies in advance. I am going to talk today about being an umbrella as a leader and at any level, but perhaps reflecting on my own position of being a head teacher during a global pandemic, which I don't think is any mean feat. I think if you have survived the last 18 months, then you have done extremely well. And if you have really struggled, hopefully you will bounce out of this. I really struggled during the first lockdown with my own mental well-being, really didn't enjoy it. I'm somebody that likes to be out and about and socialising and seeing people and going places, and of course being trapped in my house, regardless of how much I normally like my family, I found particularly difficult. I actually found going into work to be the release. I found it to be, to be honest, I think if I hadn't been able to go into work and see people and the small number of children that were coming in as key worker and vulnerable learners, I might have, had a very serious breakdown. And I don't say that lightly. I really struggled, so it's very difficult. So I'm going to talk this morning about being the umbrella, and we can be all sorts of different umbrellas. You don't have to fit into any particular mold. You can be any sort of umbrella that you wish to be, I think. But obviously, being an umbrella on a wonderfully sunny day is obviously not necessarily quite as much use as being an umbrella when things turn a little bit more rainy. And quite often in the world of education, particularly after the first week of September, that tends to be the horizon. It tends to look a little bit gloomy. There might be a few chinks in the clouds where the positivity and the future of maybe Christmas even is looking ahead. But generally speaking, for quite a lot of us, particularly for the last 18 months, that has been the outlook. It's been very grey, it's been very overcast, it's been very changeable. And simply trying to battle on with your classroom responsibilities, let alone additional leadership responsibilities, has been a real challenge. Now, throw into that sometimes this happens, and particularly at certain times. So being given about 48 hours notice of everyone going to remote learning was certainly one of those days. Having nearly 50 pieces of DFE guidance shared with us over the course of a week that we had to try and keep up with was certainly one of those weeks. The stress and anxiety, particularly managing it for colleagues and students around last year's results, was certainly one of those times, and we've had other times as well. Being told that I had to convert my school into a mass testing centre for 1,500 children was very challenging and not great. However, like with all skies, there's more than one person standing under it at any given time, and we need to think about not only ourselves but everybody that we work with, because they are also under exactly the same sky. And without an umbrella, without you sometimes being that umbrella, they can become very wet, windy, dark. It can be horrible. I'm not going to over elaborate the metaphor, but you get the idea. And I want to talk a little bit about that idea of umbrellas, because although umbrellas are designed to protect, I think we need to think of them as something to protect and to filter, because there are some things that do need to come down to other people, and I'll talk about some of those things as I go through. So it's not a complete barrier. It's not like there you are, I am the stop, I am absorbing everything for you, but we do obviously need to sometimes let some things through. I suppose one barrier that I'm talking about, one thing to be an umbrella for, is our workplaces have to start to become more varied and more diverse, particularly our leadership groups. As I'm sure you heard at the start, I am a co-founder of Women Ed, founded because the statistics of the number of women in headship roles, which hasn't particularly changed over the last few years, was horrendous at the time, and we wanted to found a movement that would do something for it. Now, if being a woman on a career ladder and getting to the top can sometimes feel like hitting a glass ceiling, if you are a woman of colour, or a gay woman, or a woman with a disability, or even the intersectionality lattices more profoundly than that, then that is an absolute concrete ceiling. And I think as leaders, we have a responsibility to make sure that we are aware of this, and be aware of our own unconscious bias, but also aware of other people's unconscious bias. There will be different approaches to the way that we teach and the way that we lead, depending on our identity and our background, different things that will be a priority to us. And instead of being worried about people deviating from the stereotype of what is acceptable, we need to celebrate that, because it is that rich kind of collaboration and that representation that will make our teams stronger, make our schools stronger. And I believe very, very strongly that for children, you cannot be what you cannot see. And if children are going into a school and they are seeing that actually, the vast majority of their teachers are women, but the head teacher is male, maybe the leadership team is male, or maybe they are at a school where the vast majority of them, the children themselves are not white, but all the adults are, then that can become quite limiting. They think, well, this isn't for me, this isn't my natural home, this isn't my journey. And I believe that high visibility is absolutely essential. So we need to be that umbrella. We need to be that force that stops people either limiting themselves, not going for roles that we know that they would be really good at, and also not allowing things that come from above, like that systemic racism or sexism that affects them once they're in those particular positions. So I think that is really important, and I think that's something that we all need to do really consciously every single day. I'm very lucky where I am. My leadership team is very varied in terms of its gender makeup and also in terms of its race makeup. We do have somebody that is gay. We do have somebody that has a disability. but regardless of whether certain characteristics are hidden or not, it's the perspectives that they bring. So particularly at the moment when we were talking about what we should do to celebrate Pride Month, and there has been some nastiness online, and some sort of nastiness between children, particularly homophobic views being expressed, because obviously what they say online isn't in the real world, is it? Has no real impact. That's a fallacy. It was really worthwhile having somebody else's perspective rather than just everybody that was in the room that was heterosexual. And it's the same thing. It's if Diwali is coming up, or if Eid is coming up, or if Christmas is coming up, or International Women's Day, having a wide variety of people in the leadership team is essential. And I think as a head, you have a responsibility to make that so, but also you need to make sure that you are nurturing it all the way through, right from who you appointed as classroom teachers and how you nurture them. It is it's common belief that you quite often tap somebody on the shoulder to alert them to a possibility if they look like you. And actually you kind of, oh, I know this is coming up. This would be really good for you. This would be really good for you. You actually have to seek out people that don't look like you and that perhaps don't fall within your friendship group or don't fall within your kind of, let's say, belief system, in order to do that. And I always think that kind of prog-trad divide is completely fake, doesn't exist, but people do like to divide themselves into camps at times like this, and actually therefore think about how can you move between those camps in order to totally blend a work team, because if you understand where everybody's coming from, it just makes it much happier. The other thing you can do, and I do believe in this quite strongly, is, I've picked a very handsome elder gentleman there, but it is that umbrella between authoritarian leadership, I suppose, or the status quo, or the expectation of what a leader should be like, or a leader must be like, and actually what would benefit your school or academy. I have worked in the past for a couple of people who may have looked a little bit like the gentleman in the photograph, but perhaps that is hopefully all they have got in common, that were just horrible to work for, and they were both superior to me, and I thought that's what you had to be like to be a head teacher. You had to be cruel, you had to be accusatory. I thought that if something went wrong, you never put your hand up and owned it and said, we've got this wrong, we need to get it better. And certainly that wasn't a style of my leadership at all. So I'd gone through being a head of department and through other senior leadership positions, and my view was, let's be collaborative. If something goes wrong, I'll own it. If something goes wrong and it's your fault, that's fine. It's fine to make mistakes. We're not going to sack anybody here. And then I found myself twice in a position where I was working for somebody where they never made any mistakes, and it was very, very difficult. And I think you either have to make sure that you as a leader are absolutely not like that. You have to stick to your guns and stick to your principles where leadership is concerned, because otherwise it becomes extremely difficult to continue your school improvement journey if actually everybody's terrified of you. So don't be that person. But also, if you find yourself working for somebody in that role, you do have a responsibility, I think, just to try and filter other people's the impacts of that on other people. That doesn't mean you soak it all up and you sort of take it all on your shoulders, but there are ways of doing that, and there are ways of working with other people in order to make sure that happens. I think some of the worst things that happens is you kind of suffer in silence. And certainly when I think of my first really bad experience of somebody leading me in quite a, I don't use the word bully lightly, but it's very difficult not to think back and think that. I left it far too long before I raised any concerns. I mean about a year. And if I had actually made just an informal jot somewhere, a note of things that were being said to me, things that were being done to me, emails that are being sent to me, things that are being said to me about me behind my back, I think quite quickly I would have gone, whoa, this really doesn't look good. But I think quite often people take it, kind of process it, feel bad about it and move on. As I'm sure you've noticed this morning, that the theme is in uncertain times in particular, Unhappy workplaces are horrendous to be. I mean, even in very certain times, unhappy workplaces are not nice places to be. And even sometimes going into schools and academies that are in a terrible state, you will find silos, you will find departments where it is harmonious and happy and positive. And actually that has a genuine impact on the quality of staff-student relationships, therefore behaviour, and therefore student work. I went into a school once that had been in special measures for a very, very long time, and yet there were certain departments that, you know, the staffing was stable, the middle leadership and the senior leadership in those areas was stable, they were protective, they were collaborative, and even though the rest of the school was really struggling, these areas were very, very strong. And therefore, obviously as a head, you have that duty and responsibility to extend that across everybody that works in the school. But as a middle leader, you can do that for your own area. And actually everybody working in those areas were totally happy. And actually when Ofsted turned up, they were just really bewildered that the rest of the school wasn't operating the way they were. Now, I don't think you can fix an entire school just by being nice, but I think it's certainly something that helps. I think if you are a really strong umbrella protecting everybody else from all the rubbish, then you do need to protect colleagues sometimes from their other colleagues. And I have seen quite a lot of this, not necessarily just in my own school, but also across other schools. It's something when I talk to my head teacher colleagues, my senior colleagues in other schools, that actually people gossiping about one another, people making assumptions about one another is something that just happens because human beings are storytellers. Human beings like a little bit of drama. Soap operas would not be as popular on the telly if we didn't. Anyone that's met a child, particularly a Year 7 girl, or a sort of a, you know, about to do some other stereotypes apart from Year 7 girls, but I'll stop myself there. I've had a bit of a week of Year 7 girls. You know that they like a bit of drama and they like to tell a story, and stuff will just be made up. At the start of this year, I announced a senior leadership position that was going to be made available, both internally and externally. We've managed to find a little bit of money. There was an area in the school that needed some work, and I announced that in a staff briefing when we still saw people face to face. And it came back to me 2 weeks later that people have been talking about one of my senior leaders being furious with me because she didn't think it was the right thing to happen. She didn't think it was the right thing to be taking place, and that she thought I was trying to earmark it for a particular colleague. And I'm just thinking, where has this come from? So I talked to her, and she looks at me really confused. She goes, no. She goes, I'll be honest, the morning that you announced it, and then she listed about 5 things in her personal life with her ex-partner that were horrendous. And I thought, someone's looked at her, they've seen her face, you know, she hasn't got resting happy face. They've looked at her and they thought, this must be only linked to what Kezia is saying. And because of that, this kind of, you know, Chinese whispers happened around the school, and it became fact. Now, you have to protect your staff from that. You have to, you know, challenge these misconceptions, and you have to challenge this quite robustly. This doesn't mean discipline. Over the last 18 months, I think we found it almost impossible to build relationships, really strong relationships with our colleagues. Certainly found it very difficult to build a vision and a collective approach to school improvement remotely. You know, it's difficult enough when you've got, I mean, I've got 140 staff. It's difficult enough when you've got 140 staff in a room together to do those things, but doing it via Zoom, doing it online, doing it via emails is almost impossible. And actually what we found over that time is some of the relationships between our colleagues have broken down, because if you're not seeing one another face to face, or you're not having conversations with somebody face to face, it's very difficult, because actually what you get is an email. You get an email saying, a parent's complained about this, can you look into it? Or parents complained about this, have you done this? Or it could be that you've just entered some variable predictions for year 11. They look really wrong, and you can't read tone, you can't read intonation into emails, and that's affected the way we communicate with one another. When we went and talked to one another, you could read the body language of the person you're about to have a conversation with. You could think that they're being offended by what I'm saying. I'm going to try rephrasing it. They have an opportunity to ask questions. You can see if they get defensive. It's a proper conversation. And I think over the last 18 months, lots of people have forgotten to do that. And there have been certain times when emails have gotten completely out of control. Eventually, people sending emails really late into the night, even though we have a policy, it's quite difficult to enforce because teachers do what they want to do, but we have a policy where you don't send anything over the weekend or after 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. And they were sending them at about 11 o'clock. They were sending them at midnight. People's phones were pinging. Eventually, I would be copied into email chains, and it'd be just like, well, it seems to start reasonable enough, and it's just completely got out of whack. It's been really difficult. Sometimes you do have to work with colleagues that you don't particularly like. Sometimes I have had to ask staff members to come into my office and say, look, it's been reported to me that this has happened. And they're normally at that point absolutely horrified. Sometimes they say, look, I did say this, but I was angry, or I did say this, but clearly I shouldn't have. They normally apologise. They go and put that relationship right. I'm not talking about discipline. I'm not talking about giving anybody written or verbal warnings. I'm talking about, with great sensitivity, look, this has been reported, but what's going on with you? And actually, about a year ago, I did have to speak to a colleague that had been overheard saying something quite unpleasant about somebody else. I spoke to her and I said, but what's going on with you? And she just said, I can't cope. I've got no one to talk to. So what we did is we upped our clinical supervision for particular colleagues, and because I've got a responsibility to everybody, and that's what I mean by that opportunity to be an umbrella. You get that chance to hear things. People will want to mention things to you, but they won't want it to be official. And there is a difference between. The Brits are great moaners. The British have always been leaning on the garden fence and having a moan at one another over that fence. But they sometimes don't actually worry about things. They don't actually have concerns. And sometimes people will need to come to you and they will need to offload. They don't need to do anything with it, but you need to know the difference. And actually, I've got a couple of, because my colleagues at school, some of them are very close. I have a couple of places where the middle leader and the senior leader that work together in line management, they have very good friendships. And you could argue that, well, maybe you shouldn't do that, but they work very well together. But actually, sometimes the middle leader needs to offload to the senior leader as a friend, and it's a moan, and it's not necessarily something that then needs to become official. And I think we need to learn the difference between those two things. We also need to, perhaps over the last 18 months or so, we also have needed to be a really good filter and a really good barrier and protector towards people that are very, very angry towards us. Do you remember that time in March where everyone was going, oh, teachers deserve an £8 million pay rise? And about 2 weeks later, they were like, well, you are the most lazy, evil people in the world ever. Quite often, parents are really struggling at the moment. And I'll be honest, when I look at the demographic of my own academy, I think the lasting impact is actually on the adults in the community rather than the children. The vast majority of the children are happy to be back. Their learning is recovering. They're really resilient. They're bouncing back. There's a couple of places where we've put some additional support and work in, but actually the impact on the adults has been incredible. Many of them furloughed, many of them have lost their jobs, many of them at home. It's been not a very nice time, and you know that if there's not some sort of barrier between people in the community, parents, carers, other members of the public as well, and the teacher or the middle leader, then things can get very nasty. I'm quite old now. I can soak this stuff up quite a lot. But I remember having my first confrontation with a parent. Believe it or not, she managed to get past security, and she came up 3 floors to my English classroom to threaten me about how I'd spoken to her Year 7 daughter. And it was, I was terrified, and I was in tears, and it was very upsetting. And I think, okay, I need to make sure that no one is ever in that position. We do a pre-audit to parents' evening. Where is there likely to be some conflict? If people are meeting sort of difficult parents, then we try and make sure they do it as a pair. We make sure that anybody that is threatened, there is a consequence for that adult, and sometimes I've had to ban people from sites and also get the police involved. But I think it's an absolutely essential part of leadership that you don't go, do you know what, this parent's complaining, it must be true, I need to appease them. And I have colleagues that work in, I'm going to stereotype again, very affluent areas where a lot of the parents are solicitors, and pretty much every Friday night by about 8 or 9 o'clock, she's had a few emails threatening to sue her over different things, and it's horrendous. So you need to be able to, go, okay, well, I don't think that's going to happen. Someone's clearly had a bad week. They've had a couple of glasses of wine, and they're going to rant at the head teacher. But actually, if you can recognise that, not take it personally, not take it seriously, in the sense that it may be a serious concern, but you don't need to, panic and pander to people if it's really a minor thing. When it's a serious thing, obviously, then you got to do something about it. But you've still got to be that barrier, and you learn how to do that, because I think it's really important. And of course, the last 18 months has been absolutely bonkers. I wouldn't want to say that is the DFE strategy, but I don't think it's far off. There has been some just bonkers accountability, some incredible changes at the last minute. But even without COVID, and I know a lot of people have talked about the pandemic today, and about the particular pressures that has put us over, particularly in terms of deadlines and things changing very quickly. Even without that, the chaotic accountability that we have is shocking. And if you look at some of the best education systems around the world, you are accountable, and very rightly so, because this is public money that we're using, and these are children that we are educating, and the responsibility is incredible, and it's a privilege. But actually, if I think about who I'm accountable to, I've got a local governing body with a chair of governors. I've got a board of trustees with a chair of the trustees. And I've also got a sponsor. I also have a chief executive officer who leads the multi-academy trust, but I also have the local authority that want regular updates, because previously the school was in special measures and they just want to make sure that everything's fine. So that's 5 on that hand. And then you start building in the ESFA for all the finance information. I build in Ofsted along that, and then I build in, obviously I'm then accountable to other people such as parents. The MP has become quite active. I've got a number of communications from the MP acting on behalf of parents in the area that want to know something, and just think, well, it'd be easy if I leave it to him to do. And so there's all sorts of people that are holding us to account, and that's really quite overwhelming and quite difficult. But you get to be that filter. What is important? I don't think I've ever done anything in any of my schools for Ofsted, for example. I do it for the children, I do it for the community, I do it for the staff, and I do it because I think it's what is right, and I think it's a good thing. Sometimes I've changed it, I've adapted it based on feedback, but I certainly don't ever do anything for Ofsted, and I think that's really important. Have I ever done anything for the local authority? No. Have I ever done anything for my trustees? Probably once or twice, and that is actually me as a professional reflecting, thinking they're very passionate about this, they're very passionate advocates of my school, and they know my school really, really well. Maybe it's worth giving this a bit of a go, and those things have normally worked out really well, and I'm really glad I was open to it. So you get to be the filter between all of those things, but of course you've got to look after yourself. If you're an umbrella and it's been very heavy, it's been very rainy, with all sorts of things, you've got to make sure that you look after yourself. And some of the things that I do to look after myself is Women Ed is still a source of great support for me. The idea that I am able to contribute to other people's development and amplify their voices and advocate for them is really important. Being a part of the Head Teachers Roundtable is also really important. It's a non-political think tank that aims to influence political policy. We're non-party political. We'll talk to anybody and say, look, we're head teachers, we're on the ground. This is what I think you should do. This is what I think the policy should be. we started the campaign Pause Ofsted. We were really successful because Ofsted was paused just for COVID, not us. But I'm going to take it. I'm going to take all of that anyway. We'll take the thing. We're about to publish a new white paper stating what we think the future should be for resourcing schools, the accountability of schools, and how we assess our children, because I think all of those things have become very skewed and fallen out. It gives me an opportunity to have a voice, and I think, I do like to gob off a bit, it has to be said, and unless I have those outlets, I find it quite difficult. It's an absolute pleasure talking to you today. It's very odd sitting in my front room with my dogs trapped outside so they don't bark when they see a duck, but obviously seeing people and talking to people and trying to make the whole system better is something that makes me very happy. So that's why I don't talk about work home balance. I talk about or work-life balance, because actually my work is a really important part of my life. It's something I have great pride in, and I can't ever imagine that being the case. Even if I won £7 million tonight on the lottery and got to retire, I think I'd still continue doing these things. Obviously my friends and my family, look at my lovely dad there, he refuses to dress up as Santa every year, even though I think he'd make a great one. And I have on my cupboard this sign. It's Latin, and basically it says, if you're going to cry, go in this cupboard. Because sometimes at work it's just overwhelming. Sometimes you just need to go, do you know what, I just need to go somewhere and have a little sit. And I've got quite a big cupboard in my office, and it's fine as long as nobody needs to come in and get a lanyard for a kid. But I go into the office and I just do that for a bit, and I think that's fine. And I think some of my colleagues have said, you know what, I think last week we've had to reintroduce masks and our kids hate them, and I found a kid that didn't have a mask on walking through the corridor, and I started to go a little bit bonkers, and I saw, one of my senior leaders just basically took me away and put me somewhere else, and it's calm down, you're having a bad day, and it's okay. It's okay to be human, and it's okay sometimes for those things not to work out quite so well. And I think if we all work together on that, it will be a sunnier future. It's never going to be perfect. If you think about the cycle of the year, we will have sunny days and we will have rainy days, and sometimes the storms will come, and sometimes there's storms that come that you can't prevent from causing all sorts of chaos. A colleague at another school up north had one of her students take their own life recently. That is a hell of a storm, and at times like that, no amount of trying to filter and protect really works. But the whole community comes together and everyone can look after you that way. So leadership is an incredible privilege. It's a wonderful thing to be part of. I really enjoy it, but I think we do have a responsibility to be that umbrella for our colleagues in order to make our schools and our environments just much better. I know I'm not sure how this platform works, but I am on Twitter. I am at Kezia70, and if you do want to have a chat later on, feel free to ask me anything you like.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. I think what I've taken away from that is just to be able to sit down and go, well, which umbrella is, which part of that umbrella is most appropriate for now, and how can you do that? I think, like you said, it's that work-life balance, but actually, we live for this work. It's a passion job, isn't it? And that's just so interesting to hear your thoughts and your experiences on it, because sometimes you just think, oh, it's not happening to anyone else. This isn't, this is negativity. Maybe it's not a thing anywhere else. And just to have somebody go, no, it's okay. We've been there. We've done that.
Yeah. It's amazing. And it is everywhere. Everywhere is struggling at the moment. And, that doesn't make it any better, but it can be a bit reassuring.
Yes. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I hope if people want to get in touch, they know where to find you. And obviously, if you want to sign up to the Big Marker afterwards, they can rewatch this and then know where to find you as well. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your time, everybody.
Okay. Bye. Okay, so we are going to move on to our three shorter speakers now. First up, we have got Helen. She is currently a deputy head with the responsibility of curriculum at a large secondary school in East Essex. So with an assistant head with an oversight of people, premium and interventions. And she is going to be talking to us about knowing who you are and how you are. So I'm quite excited. Hi, Helen, you okay?
Hello, lovely to speak to you this morning. I think really this presentation today feeds on a lot of what Mark and Kezia both were speaking about, of really looking after yourself. And I think so often, as Mark highlighted, that selfish versus selfless idea, as leaders, we're so busy making sure that everybody else is okay. Actually, sometimes it's important to just stop and think about who we are and really making sure that we're okay as well. Am I good to share my screen now? Yeah?
Yep, you should be. I can let you know when it's up.
Okay, so sharing my screen. I mean, I think as previous presenters have said, like, we should be absolutely so smooth at this now, right? After so long remote learning and so many different situations, we should be really smooth at it. But yet every platform's slightly different.
We can see it all. Yep, that's it. We've got it.
Fabulous, thank you. So as Lucy said, my name's Helen Baker and I'm a deputy head at a school down in Essex. And I really just wanted to speak to you a bit about some of the strategies that you can use as a leader to really make sure that you are looking after yourself. And as I mentioned a moment ago, Kezia and Mark both spoke about that importance of really making sure that you are aware of how you might respond. And so today I want to speak about some of the kind of possibilities and some of the options that might be out there and be interest to some of you listening today.
Sorry, Helen. Sorry, do you want to click the hide button at the bottom there, and it'll hide that little tab that comes up?
Better?
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay. So when we're speaking about kind of how we're looking after ourselves, I think most people are probably familiar with this idea about a stress bucket and the idea that we can each hold a certain amount of water, we can each deal with a certain amount of stress, we can each deal with a certain amount of, as Kezia was speaking about. But as all of those stresses kind of go into our bucket, it's important that we give chance to kind of turn that tap every now and again. We heard Kezia speaking about going into that cupboard is part of what she perhaps does to help release some of that kind of build up of water, if we're using that analogy. Now, I personally think that a really important aspect to that is having a clear idea of exactly who you are. We've heard from speakers earlier on today speak about the importance of your values and being clear about what actually matters to you. But I think that another aspect of those values is actually thinking about who you are and how you respond to different things. If you're better aware of kind of what those stressors might look like to you, what that extra water in your bucket looks like or feels like, we're perhaps better able to learn when we need to put up that umbrella, learn when we need to turn that tap. Now, something we've used at our school is the Myers-Briggs personality types. Now, there are lots of different surveys out there and lots of different ideas about how you look at personality type. But certainly for me, this Myers-Briggs is the best way of really kind of owning why I might respond in a certain way or what kind of attitude I might have towards certain things. Now, each of those 16 personality types that are generated from the Myers-Briggs can be attributed to a different animal. So at our school, we ascribe those different animals, and people will talk about kind of being a bit of a clownfish or dolphin or teddy bear. And I have got a link on this presentation in a moment that links you to that Myers-Briggs site if it's something you're interested in looking into further. Now, my personality type is a black bear. And black bears are quite commonly found in leadership. And when I speak a bit about some of the strengths and weaknesses, some of you listening today might have an affinity with some of those kind of characteristics. But as a black bear, I'm quite an extrovert person. I think things through, logical, organised. And I think that at times over the last 18 months, I think I've probably been like this, quite cheerful, happy, friendly, looking forward to having those family Zoom quizzes and starting to reach out. But I think if I'm honest, probably over the year, there's been times some of these images probably better represent how I felt and how I've been able to deal with this ever-changing situation. And this part of the presentation is really about knowing who you are and recognising that there will be times that I will be like that angry bear and really hating that everything's going on around me, but recognising where those potential pitfalls are and doing something about it. Now, that personality type of black bear have certain kind of characteristics that would be considered strengths. So I'm really organised, logical person, show clear direction. I tend to thrive in organised and routine environments. But with those strengths come certain weaknesses. So I can be quite inflexible. So when plans change, that is something that I struggle with. If we suddenly have a last minute situation that means all of those best laid plans have to be thrown out the water, there's something that I find particularly challenging. I do find it hard to switch off and to understand other people. I think understanding who I am and where my weaknesses are means that as a leader, I can actively address those. So understanding others, for example, the idea of empathy is something I really consciously work towards. And again, it's that importance to be a really strong leader, actually looking at who are you, where are your strengths and weaknesses, where is their area for development. And that finding it hard to switch off, again, it's knowing that that is a challenge, that is something that I find really difficult and is typical of my personality type. And so what do I need to do? What kind of things do I need to put in place to allow me to switch off at the end of a day or at the end of a week? Now, the Myers-Briggs personality type website actually give an idea of some of the characteristics or some of the situations that might cause people of my personality type, ESTJs, to become stressed. And you can see there when you just read through some of those different ideas or different words, I don't think anybody could say that those things haven't happened this year. And to be fair, even in a normal non-COVID year, there will be times where there is that constant change, or there will be times when people will challenge that bottom line approach. And this presentation today is about knowing who you are and in turn thinking about how you are. Now, having that understanding of recognizing that it's particularly challenging for people of that personality type, it means I can do things that help me personally to switch off, to deal with the fact that we are living in an uncertain time, and to recognize that those are stressors into my stress bucket. So perhaps I need to do more turning that tap during this period of education than perhaps I needed to do 3 or 4 years ago, when I was able to have more control over the way things worked. Now, when we're thinking about this idea of kind of that stress bucket, we heard in Putting Staff First, when John Tom said the idea of putting staff first means removing everything from staff's workload that doesn't help them to do a better job. As we've already heard today, there have been so many additional barriers artificially put in our way. And I think as leaders, we are sometimes kind of our default is to take on some of those barriers, to take on some of those burdens from other people. However, my opinion is that there's an element of fear surrounding that now, actually. As Mark mentioned earlier, the government have put together their education wellbeing charter, and there's a link to it there on this slide. And we also saw it reported in the test recently about the idea of schools being on the brink of a burnout crisis. And I look around and I see a lot of people who are just going and going and going and going. And to be honest, performing really well doing that. But there comes a point where unless we actually stop and manage ourselves as we go through that, unfortunately, I fear too many people are going to end up in burnout, are going to end up in that negative space. I've put a link there to a really interesting YouTube clip. And in that, they speak about taking ownership of those stressors and speak about the idea that the cure for burnout isn't self-care. And I think I need to be really clear on that. I'm not necessarily talking about making sure you're booking into a spa day once a month, but actually every single day taking ownership for those emotions. Now, for me as a black bear, that's switching off. Some of the things that I find useful are things like mindfulness and yoga and art classes. And those are things that I find useful for me. But really, it's about you as a leader knowing what kind of person you are, and in turn putting the right kind of taps in place putting the right things on place to make sure that you don't end up in that burnout situation. Now, there are some people who speak really eloquently and have got some wonderful resources about school leader wellbeing. So if this idea is something that resonates with you, or something that you're concerned that you're on that kind of brink, I wanted to just highlight a couple of people who do some great work. So Viv Grant speaks a lot about the impact of wellbeing, the impact of headship on wellbeing, and the impact of leaders' head-being. She also does a lot of coaching. And I think for some people, coaching can be a really great way to explore some of those feelings of and some of those aspects of each of our personality. Vicky Maguire similarly does some great coaching, and she's got a really kind of useful podcast series called We Lead Well. And there's a really interesting podcast she's got with Hannah Wilson, who I know Kezia will know, with Links with Women Ed. And she speaks about some of those challenges of truly living and leading in a values-based way. And lastly, Dr. Helen Kelly, she speaks about burnout and some of the impact that has, and particularly if you're working in the independent sector. She's got several papers linked in with that. And again, just as on previous slides, I've got links there, and I'm sure that Lucy can make sure that they're easily accessible at a future date for anybody watching this. Now, the presentation today has been about knowing who you are and how you are. And I'd really want to urge everybody after today to really take that moment to think how they're responding to the situation in their professional lives or personal lives right now. And the kind of idea that I'd like to leave you with is that you can't pour from an empty cup. If you are not, as a leader, taking care of yourself and recognizing where those stresses are and making sure that you are relieving some of that stress, then in turn you can't help other people around you. And many of us went into leadership to facilitate others and to build others up. So really be mindful of that and take care of yourself. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Helen. I really enjoyed that kind of reminder that we do need to take a moment just to think, well, what actually works for us. I know there's a lot goes around schools about, oh, you could do this, you could do that, and maybe you've tried one or two and it hasn't worked, and then that just kind of goes on the back burner because there's so much other stuff going on. So it's really great to remember actually there's loads of stuff out there. I really like that mindfulness and yoga. I'm not very good at yoga.
No,
but
I think it's really the idea that it's different for everybody. So dependent on what kind of person you are, you might really thrive on doing that 10-minute yoga every day. But actually for other personality types, you'll just see it as an absolute waste of time and not be interested in it. It's just about really thinking who you are and making sure that you're putting the right practices in place to protect yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And if anyone wants to tweet on Twitter about this and let us know what works for you, what you've tried, what doesn't, that would be great to hear from everyone. I'm sure Helen would be delighted to read about what everyone's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Helen.
Thanks.
Okay, so we are going to move on to our next speaker, which is Nikki Arkenstall. Nikki is going to be running a competition, which we're very excited about. So this is when the tweets need to be going in for that competition. Remember to use our hashtag and Nikki's which is @Nikki Arkenstall. Oh, no, Arkenstall Nikki. Oh, no, I've done it wrong. Now I've said it wrong. Nikki, which one is it?
Arkenstall Nikki.
That's it. Thank you. So Nikki is a deputy head teacher in a primary school. She has got 20 years experience, senior leadership masters of National College of Education, which is something is so interesting. I must pick your brains about that at some point. And we are going to be looking at high challenge and high support. I know that one of the things that you're really passionate about is creating a culture for high challenge and high support, and empowering others to thrive. Well-being and psychological safety as well is a bedrock for any success of an organisation. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how you're going to talk about that. So I will pass over to you. Thank you, Nikki.
Brilliant. Thank you, Lucy. And thank you so much for your organisation today. You're doing an amazing job. So thank you. Thanks for all your hard work. And so, yeah, I'm going to be focusing on well-being today. And I think in any moment of uncertain times when you're leading, it's well-being has got to be the priority, and I think we've all know that over the last 2 years. We very much understand that now, and I'm going to be looking at it through the lens of high challenge and high support. Like Lucy said, we have got a competition. I just messaged Lucy and said, well, I've got a spare copy of Putting Staff First. Would it be okay to run a competition? So if you tweet about my session today, then I will post this to you. We'll get your address. We're going to pick a random winner from the tweets. But it really resonates. Yeah.
Do you want to pop that onto full screen? You just pop it onto full screen.
Yeah. I am on full screen on mine. Sorry. Let's have a look. Oh, is it not?
It's not full screen just yet. Sorry, it should be the one down the bottom right, or that one. Oh.
Is that working now?
It's still small.
Oh, sorry, I don't know.
Oh, don't worry, don't worry.
We
can still read it quite clearly if it doesn't work. Don't worry too much.
On mine it is full screen, so I apologise for that.
Oh no, don't worry. Honestly, it's not a problem. Honestly,
it will matter. It will matter. Let me see. Let me stop sharing and share again. Hang on a second.
It's the technology, isn't it? There's always things, but this gives people the opportunity to enter the competition. So really, this is just an excellent way of getting those competition entries in. Oh, Tom, you're here.
Hi, Nikki. If you just share the whole screen rather than a tab for me. So when you click share, you just need to click entire screen and then go full screen rather than the tab.
Entire screen, yeah. Sorry about this. Is that better?
That's better.
That's it.
Brilliant. Now, Mark stole my metaphor from earlier about the oxygen mask, but what I wanted to talk about this is it's so important that we think about hypoxia for our staff. Like on a plane, the adult having to put the mask on their children first. Then as leaders, we need to put the mask onto our staff first in terms of making sure they're able to work and do their job, or they're not going to be able to do right for their pupils. If we do not ensure, first and foremost, that our teachers are happy, well qualified, highly motivated, hardworking, then they're not going to be able to do the best for our students. And good school leaders put staff first in the knowledge that this is ultimately the best way to serve the needs of the pupils. Job satisfaction is key. Job satisfaction grows from individuals finding their purpose and interesting and having that culture of challenge and trust, resulting in successful outcomes that are recognised. And teachers really are a school's greatest resource, so we need to make sure we're looking after them. And again, it's how do we do that as leaders? And it's very important we train people well enough so they can leave, but treat them well enough so they don't want to. I'm sure you've all seen this quote from Richard Branson. But if we are leading through a period of uncertainty, it's important our staff feel confident enough to face that challenge by giving them that support and training to enable them to have the skills and knowledge to move forward. There's been lots of research on how we create that culture of improvement. So the key elements of that are creating that opportunity for effective teacher collaboration, so teachers can explore the data, they can plan and review lessons and the curriculum, and plan and moderate their assessments. Also, it's important to create that culture of mutual trust, respect, enthusiasm, in which communication is open and honest. And people really do have that psychological safety where they can communicate any problems that are happening and look at solutions for those. Again, it's involving everybody in those decisions, so listening to everybody's views so they feel part of those decisions and they might come up with more creative ways to work forward. And it's also having that set of shared goals and mission. So there's clear priorities for professional development, and also that behaviour. It's facilitating classroom safety and behaviour where disruption and bullying are very rare, and teachers feel strongly supported by senior leaders in their efforts to maintain this classroom environment. And the research link is on the slide for anyone to look at that. It was David from TD Trust who did that. And really, it's why are leaders not putting wellbeing first? What's stopping them? And a book that's helped me to think about this is that Dare to Lead, and by Brené Brown. And she very much talks about having that integrity to choose courage over comfort. And she very much talks about the two types of leadership, having our armour leadership or daring to lead. And unfortunately, some leaders feel the need to put that armor on. They need to look like they have the power, that there are no chinks in their armor, they can lead their school, and they're a bit frightened that people might not think that, like we talked about before, the imposter syndrome. But what's so important that everyone knows now is actually it's about leading with our heart, not about leading with this armor on. How do we do that then as leaders? Mark Finnis very much talks about this, and I love his saying about connect before content. Again, if we're working through a period of change or uncertainty, it's so important that we connect with our staff. They are not going to want to be led by us if we are not connected to them. So it's thinking of every moment is an interaction that can be an intervention, and it can be build up that social capital with our staff. Okay, so it's those messages and making sure they feel like they're connected to you and you care about them as a person. And it's how we work with our staff. Okay, so there's 4 quadrants of ways we can work with them. And this is where we talk about this high challenge and high support. So if you're in that top left-hand corner and you're working 2, you've got your armor on. Okay, you've got that high challenge, but you've got that low support. It's that high expectations without support. And that's where you get compliance of your staff. But it's like being a speed camera leader. They'll do it when you're doing a learning walk or going around, but actually they won't do it when you're not there because they haven't got the ownership of it. And it's like being an inspector rather than a leader. And where we really want to be is that top right-hand corner, working with our colleagues. And it's about that high challenge and high support. And that's where there's praise, relationships, that trust and connections. And that's where autonomy lives and people take on responsibility. So just have a minute to reflect to yourself, in what quadrant do you spend most of your time? And what would happen if you approached your work in each of the 4 different ways? How would things change? So where should we be spending our time if we want to build healthy relationships and that will allow staff to thrive? And hopefully you're realising that we need to be with that with. We really need to position ourselves alongside staff when they need us. And it's about having that high challenge and high support. Again, armor leaders have that compliance and control. That's where they send down the responsibility, but they don't give people the successful strategies they need to achieve that. So one model that works really well is the task model for this. So it's T, who owns the task. So everyone's clear about whose task it is. A, that authority to be accountable for that task. The S is the most important. It's that setting them up for success. It's giving them the time they need, the resources, the clarity, so they really know what they're doing and why they're doing it, especially in times of change. And it's C, that checklist of what needs to happen to complete the task. And it's what everyone needs to have, that picture of what does it look like when it's completed, that bigger picture, so everyone can understand the task and create the most effective plan. And that's where people will go above and beyond because they feel like they've got the skills they need, they've got the resources they need, and they can move forward on that task. Again, if you're an armor leader, you might zigzag and avoid confrontation or making those decisions. Bree talks in a book about she grew up in America, and the best way to run away from a crocodile is by zigzagging because they can't turn very quickly. But as leaders, what we need to do is face that vulnerability head on, and we need to make those decisions. And ultimately, it saves time if we face it head on. If we stop and we breathe, we think about what needs to be done, and we step into that vulnerability. We're not going, we might have to say to people, we're not going to go that way, but this is why. People just want to know the truth. That if they know you're telling them the truth and giving them the answers, again, that helps their well-being because they understand what's going on and they know that there's that what they've needed to do. So just to finish off, just talking about a few ideas that I've used in my school that have supported well-being over the last few years. One of them is always having well-being on the agenda. And again, what can happen sometimes if it's at the end of the agenda, it can drop off. So it's really important to have it at the top of the agenda item. So make sure it doesn't drop off and the time is given that it needs to talk about well-being. It's also important to think about it when any decision is being made and having that as a priority. It's just about tweaking it to making sure you do. So, for example, with our parents' evenings, we usually do them over 2 evenings and they do 15 parents each. But this time we said, actually, we're going to do it over 3 evenings and you've got the autonomy to choose your own workload and how you want to do it. Some people might want to do them all in one night and get them done. Some people might want to spread them out. But again, it's little tweaks like that can make a massive difference to people's well-being. And also just putting a little note on the bottom of your email saying, in our organisation, we don't expect an answer to this out of working hours. Again, it just signifies the importance of wellbeing to your organisation. That reflection is also really important. It's thinking about what is it like to work here? And what is it like to be led by me? So thinking about, would you like to be led by yourselves, and acting on that. It's also about having compassion, showing people you care about them as a person. So letting down your armor and building up those relationships. It's about talking to people through surveys. We set up a wellbeing team, which has been really successful. It's got a member of staff from every part of the organisation, from the office to the caretaker, to the cleaners, to the teachers, dinner ladies. And it just means we get a really good picture of what would support our staff with wellbeing. And they're the ambassadors. And if there's any person who needs that extra bit of support, we're notified straight away, right early on, so we can put that intervention support in place to make sure it doesn't become a bigger issue. And also wellbeing charter, again, that signifies that it's a priority. We've had one in my school for a number of years now, and it was a really positive step forward to see the DfE have also launched their wellbeing charter. But those were just some of the ideas that we've been using that have worked really well. But the key thing is that appreciation. The best leaders elevate those around them. They give them the platform to shine. The most important duties of a leader is to support, encourage, inspire, and appreciate their staff. And it's taking care of yourself and your staff and thinking, I saw this on Twitter yesterday, I think it was Miss Ella Lou shared it, but you're not a machine. Every day is going to be different. Your best is going to look different, the same way your staff is. And it's just giving yourself and your staff that ownership that is okay. You know, there are going to be good days, there are going to be bad days, and we will support you on those days that it's not. These are some of the books that that have helped my thinking around wellbeing. So obviously Putting Staff First, you could win a copy if you tweet about my session, but also The Fearless Organisation is really good about psychological safety. There's also an NCE Live with Amy Edmondson that is worth listening to about creating psychological safety that Nick and Rachel did with Amy, and it was brilliant. Also, Restorative Practice is all about building that culture of wellbeing for both staff and pupils, and Dare to Lead is a really good book. I have put together some resources to help you. So I've put together a Padlet, and you can click on that link. And there's a wealth of resources for both wellbeing for staff and pupils. And if you scroll down to the bottom, there are links to some of the research that has been carried out. And Tom, I added your toxic schools diagram as well, which is really useful to look at where does your school sit and how you can move forward on that. But thank you so much for listening today. I know I speak fast, so I apologise for that, but I had so much to fit in. But thank you so much. I really do hope you found that useful.
Thank you so much, Nikki. I know it's so hard when you've only got those 10 minutes to fit everything in. I didn't think you spoke too fast at all. I thought it was really informative. Thank you. I really liked your graphics as well. That was really interesting to be able to go away and think, oh yeah, we could, you could fill that in and maybe work that into a meeting at some point. So thank you so much for sharing. And as well, the page at the end and giving people some ideas about what they could read as well. I'm sure the people watching would be really, really appreciative of that. So if you haven't yet entered Nikki's competition, please head over to Twitter and have a go at entering now. Thank you so much, Nikki.
Oh, thank you, Lucy. See you later.
See you later. Bye. Okay, so now we are going to move on to Tom. Tom Patterson is leading history. And oh, hi Tom. You okay?
Yeah, good.
You're a Director of Humanities since 2017, and you are here to talk to us about being smart with subject CPD. I must say, after chatting to you on the phone when we caught up a couple of weeks ago, it was really interesting to hear your thoughts. I've been really, really looking forward to this one. So thank you, Tom. I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, no pressure. Okay. This is something that over the last I've been running a department for a very, very long time now, about 12 years. So it's something I don't really feel like until reasonably recently I've got the hang of. So hopefully you get some ideas from this. I'm not saying it's the only way, obviously, but it is a way. So what I want to do first of all is really try and problematize the situation and not just insist at what I thought was necessarily true. So spoke to a few of the teachers and obviously the wonderful world of Twitter. And as you can see, I won't read it aloud because that's so annoying. But you can have a look and see some of those ideas that you might reflect and be familiar with yourself. But what surprised me actually was how much of the focus, whereas I perhaps misplaced thought of bad CPD as being the whole school stuff or in the school hall, actually quite a lot of negative feedback for what subject specific CPD and not really delivering that in the way that it needs to be. And that's a real problem for us, and it's something we can't shy away from as middle leaders or whole school leaders, because the only way that CPD is going to work is if you've got buy-in. And what really came across from people's comments is the only way you're going to secure buy-in is if people feel like they are valued, that what you are delivering is something which they can benefit from and isn't box ticking or anything like that. And as ever, and don't we know it as teachers, time is really, really precious. And I tend to think that when you're planning, when you're delivering your subject CPD, you're competing with that pile of marking or that lesson planning, which might mean that the colleague who you want to buy into it is thinking about, well, I could be doing that instead and could actually, have some good time to myself rather than having to do stuff in the evenings. So you need to be realistic, and you need to make sure that it is something that people can get on board with. And the reason why that process is so important, and much of this might look like a bit of a cheesy graphic, it very much does get to the heart of why subject CPD is so important, because ultimately I strongly believe that it is the most effective way of improving teachers in your department or in your year group or whatever method you're approaching. And that's going to lead to increased learning from the children, which is obviously what ultimately we're all looking at and all trying to achieve. So when I talk about smart CPD, I don't necessarily even mean great CPD in that way. I'm talking about being efficient. I'm talking about making it something which is a good use of everybody's time. Now, ultimately, the ideal that we're looking for is CPD which can fulfill each of these three different areas: bespoke, actionable, and relevant. Now, bespoke is absolutely brilliant in theory. The idea that each individual who is engaging with the CPD is having something that completely fits them in a way that it doesn't fit anybody else. In practice, that's very, very difficult. And it isn't something which is easy to do. And I'm not going to pretend that I've completely cracked it, but I do feel like I'm getting closer to being able to achieve that part of it. And I just want to show you some examples of the route I've taken to try and achieve that. So the way that I've done, and I am speaking from a history department approach, but we've used this in humanities, in other subjects, and it is something which wouldn't have to be purely subject knowledge based, although obviously in this case it is. I'm using a good old fashioned Google form. Now we're all remote learning experts. We can manage this, and only for what they teach, all of those teachers who are delivering my curriculum, I asked them to fulfill a confidence audit. Obviously from the idea of being, I could teach at A level, I feel extremely confident, right down to I don't feel confident in that at all. And what that allows, obviously emphasizing the point that there's no blame here and there's no expectation. That's really important for culture wise. But what it helps as a department leader is it helps you get a picture of your department as a whole. So you can see from the graphic I've shared there that there's a real mixed bunch. And certainly as a history teacher and as someone who's also in sort of overseas humanities at the school, there are non-specialists who teach my subject. And it's very important that I am also aware of their needs. So just something to add is that I'm including everybody in this process. So from the idea of getting the picture of the department, I can also get the idea of the individual teacher. Where are they lacking in confidence? Where would they like more support? Now, this is where very much the burden, I'll be honest, lies with the subject lead. I make no apologies for saying that a subject lead needs to be an expert. That is our responsibility. We need to be reading the books. We need to be making sure that we're on top of it. And if you don't have expertise in an area of your curriculum that somebody in your team is saying they lack confidence in, you have to ask the question as to why it's in your curriculum. And why I feel like this works, this model of saying, okay, right, I've seen where your areas are that you want to improve. I'm now going to give you an option of a book. Or, depending on your circumstances, it might be something slightly different, but you're giving them 2, maybe 3 options. This is what I would like you to choose one of these and we'll buy it for you. And so that investment in their development, they've chosen it. it's really important, I think, that you as subject lead are identifying where you need them to improve. So, for example, if you have a member of your team who would quite like to read up on the American Revolution, but in fact, it only lasts for 2 lessons in your year 8 curriculum, and actually you feel like it'd be better for the team if they work on another area they're lacking in confidence, you can set the options to deal with that issue. So you can see, on the options there, there's 3 very similar areas to work on, and I've given the individual the choice. And that's really important for buy-in, because you bought them the book, you bought them a thing. That then moves on to the actionable. Now, it's very important that you set the outcome. It is a process-driven form of CPD, but you want to make clear, this is what I'm expecting you to do with it. One aspect that I really like is presenting to the department, because after all, you're trying to benefit everybody. You might decide that you'd like them to write a report on how it can improve the scheme of learning, maybe take part in a review. Now, to come back to what I mentioned earlier, the issue of time, allocate them time for reading. I think that's an issue that sometimes at CPD we get wrong. We introduce something which is really exciting, but will take time to actually implement, but we don't allow the time to implement it. And that's something that I think with this model, it's very important we avoid. So, for example, if you have department time, which would be an hour's department meeting, say, okay, for the hour's meeting time for this week, I'd like you to spend an hour reading your book. Now, realistically, in the time you'll be able to offer them, it won't be enough to read an entire book. But from my experience, by just showing that you are aware of the commitment that it's taking, they'll go with you that and read the book in their own time as well. I would also say, to fit a little bit of a Ronnie Reagan quote in here, trust but verify. Don't say, right, I want you to immediately fill in some kind of awful bureaucracy form about what you learned from your hour of reading. But make sure you have that conversation, whether it's in the team room, whether it's in the corridor. You should know the book yourself. Have a chat. Which bit did you read? Oh, I like that. What did you think about when they said this? When you come to the point of the feeding back to the department, it's crucial at that point that as a department you collaborate over how to apply it to lessons. That should not be something which is done entirely individually, because again, this is supposed to be a collective process. And in terms of the relevance, you want to immediately be looking at, right, how do we put this in practice in the near future? How do we directly apply this to teaching and the classroom? The danger is almost wasting a really good process by having to find that what they would then use the learning they've taken part in is not going to be for 8-9 months down the line. So that should be something as a leader you're thinking about when you're allocating what these kind of tasks should be. Now, once the process is finished, it doesn't end. Again, CPD should only ever be the start of a process. It should never be the end game. And in this case, it's what do we do with it? So I have this model of reflect, review, and develop. The reflect part is a very personal idea. How did they find the process? What do they think would improve it? You're not presenting yourself as knowing all the answers. So, right, what would be better next time? What would you recommend for this process? And obviously, tweak your model based on the feedback you get. The review part is where you focus on, right, let's measure it against the outcome we wanted. You are lacking in confidence at this. Has that changed? Do you need more time? Has it actually uncovered some secondary problems that we hadn't previously recognized that we can then look to do something with? And then very importantly is the develop. Discuss the next steps with them. And there could be several different options. It could be that you decide that you want to focus on another area of subject knowledge that they were lacking confidence on. Although it might be that when it's come to the point of how do we apply this subject knowledge to the curriculum or the scheme of learning, you've recognised that actually there's a disciplinary issue here. Maybe it's to do in history, a secondary order concept like causation, significance. So maybe there's some reading or listening that you can suggest that they then have spend some time doing that. Or maybe it's pedagogical. Maybe there's an idea that, okay, now we've read this, we recognise that there are issues with the literacy, this is challenging. Maybe you'll set them an idea of reading some work on the writing revolution. as ever, really build them up, really raise them up, something that I know Rachel was talking about earlier. Make them feel that they are making, because they should be, making a really big contribution to the whole department. Make them feel valued, and you will get it back in spades. Because generally, nobody's in teaching for the money. Nobody's in teaching for an easy life. They're in teaching because they feel like they want to make a difference. And subject CPD, when done well, should empower teachers to feel better about their capacity to make a difference to those students that they're teaching. If you have any questions and stuff, obviously this is a short blast, but please do just get in touch on Twitter, and I'll do my best to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. That was really interesting. I thought, making people feel valued, so not just being like, oh, let's read this book and then never coming back to it, but having that value, I think makes a massive difference. I've always thought the more you make people feel valued, the more work they're going to want to do. So that was really interesting. Thank you so much. And people know where to find you if they've got any questions or anything. So head over to Twitter, guys, if you've got anything for Tom. Thank you so much for your time, Tom.
It's all right.
Okay, so we are now going to move on to Teachers Love Stationery. So Sabrina is going to be unwrapping a box, which we're very excited about, and I've got my notebook still here with me.
Excellent.
So yes, I'm really excited to see what you've got, and thank you so much. You're one of our wonderful sponsors, which make everything happen.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Lucy. I'm glad your box arrived in time. That's good to know. And I'll be talking about the leadership box as well shortly. So hello, everyone. My name's Sabrina, and I'm the co-founder and co-owner at teacherslovestationery.club. My husband and I are both teachers, and our box is run obviously by teachers, and it's for teachers. So we already subscribe ourselves to a snack box and a gin box, and it's a bit like having a little present to ourselves sent through the door each month. And because obviously as a teacher I love stationery, and I was looking for a subscription box where I could get stationery items for myself to use either personally or at work. And when I looked around, there were some stationery boxes out there, but they didn't really seem appropriate for teachers. They were quite pretty, high quality, small number of items in each box, but not really stuff that you'd want to use in the classroom. It was a bit too sort of bespoke or designer. So we decided to start our own subscription box service up. And as Lucy said, I'm going to unwrap one of our boxes for you. So each month we have a theme. And this is going to be a maze box I'll show you. So first of all, the boxes that we send out are approximately A4 in size, and they're roughly about 2 centimetres thick. So obviously we know teachers are out at work all day, they're not at home to take a parcel, but these will fit through a standard size letterbox. Once you open it and unwrap the tissue paper, you get your lovely contents. And the theme for maze box was sweet treats. So first of all, when you first subscribe, you get a personalised pencil case, and we're currently offering a subject-specific one. So obviously this is a history one, and we've done the image in glittery purple. And in the sweet treats box for that month, there were some dessert stickers, which are great. Pupils love getting these as reward stickers. Mine like to stick it on the front of their exercise books. A set of 4 Faber-Castell highlighters in colours that match the themed box for the month. Again, in the colours of the monthly theme, we've got some erasable pens here, which I find really useful to keep my teacher planner organised. And also it's good to have it erasable, because when lessons change at the last minute, or, you know, there's an event or something on, you can easily make corrections and changes in your planner. There was some referral cards, because our members each have their own membership code. When they share that code, they get £2 off their account, and also the new subscriber that they've referred gets £2 off. So we sent some little cards that they can use to refer their friends. A pack of macaron themed post-it notes. A macaron themed book, so again, just nice for keeping notes or doing a bit of forward planning. Some macaron themed washi tape, and of course, if you're going to open a box with all these sweet treats in it, you're going to need something to eat. So we also included a little pack of biscuits, which actually are kind of handy to keep in your desk drawer for those days when you're rushing around and you might not manage to eat. At least you've got something to keep your blood sugar up. Lastly, some reward stickers here. again with images matching the theme for that month. The other box I would like to show you today was the one Lucy mentioned a moment ago, and this is our Leadership Icons CPD box, and it's a great way to keep all of your CPD information in one place. So there is a multi-pen and a mechanical pencil by Faber-Castell and 2 highlighters as well. We also have some correction tape, replacement leads for the pencil, a black biro pen with a touchscreen stylus at the end, which is really useful if you use a tablet device at school, as I know many people do. A sticky tab ruler so that you can index pages in your planner or in your CPD book. A packet of sticky notes, because we all burn through sticky notes all the time. An eraser. This is one of our retractable erasers that you can use. It's very easy to erase as you go. I just prefer these to regular rectangle shaped erasers. And last but not least, here is the book that Lucy was showing you a second ago, Teach Me Leadership Icons. So every time you have a CPD event or you go to attend a Leadership Icons online event, you can put your notes in these separate sections, which have been designed in a Cornell note style with guidance, brief guidance on how to use that. And it's just a really great way of keeping on top of what you've actually picked up from that session, what's useful, and a summary of what you might want to do, how you might want to implement that at a later date. We have these CPD books available in our online shop as well as these boxes as well, and just plain ones that just say My CPD Notes. So if you were interested in purchasing those for yourself or for colleagues, they're really useful for in-school CPD. And also a meetings notes book, which again, it's the same layout, but slightly different headings in each section. So each time people have a meeting, they've got their notes, their key points and the action points all in one place. So we sent these out in a previous box as well, and a lot of members have fed back that they found it really useful. One more thing I wanted to talk to you about was some of the things available in our online shop. Because we're a small family run business, we can manufacture items for schools bespoke and on a scale that's makes it more reasonably priced for you guys. But because there's only the 2 of us running our business, and because we don't get the same size of orders as companies such as Vistaprint, we can individually personalize items. So for example, I know a lot of schools like to buy mugs with their school name and logo on, but in order to get each mug personally, individually printed at somewhere like a large supplier, that would be quite costly. Whereas because, as I say, we're a small scale business, we can make individual mugs. You could put whatever you want on there. This is just my mug with my Bitmoji and my name. You could put your school name, and maybe if you wanted the name of members of staff or different images per member of staff, that's something that we can do at a very reasonable price. And we also buy Duraglaze mugs, which are of a better quality than many of the large manufacturers. These will not fade in the dishwasher, and they are microwave proof as well. So they're very long, hard lasting, because we know teachers, you've not got time to wash them. You just stick them in the dishwasher in the staff room. Some more examples of things that we do include travel mugs, water bottles, insulated water bottles, hand sanitizer bottles, and more. There's just loads on our website. We do teacher gift box and teacher gift bags and all sorts of other items in there. If there is something you're thinking about getting for yourself or for your teams or for your staff, please do contact us by email or by the contact form on our website. And we're more than happy to look into whatever it is you need or what you're looking for. We can make bespoke orders of pretty much anything. So do contact us. I'm just going to try and share a slide with you now. So there's some details there of our website, www.teacherslovestationery.club. Our social media links are here. And if you use the code LEADERS1 today to subscribe to our boxes, you'll get £2 off your first box. You'll also receive additional sheets of reward stickers, and we will do you a personalised pencil case. So normally our pencil cases, which I showed you a moment ago, these normally just have a little gold star on them. But if you let us know your subject, we can do a subject-specific design on there for you if you like. Thank you very much for listening. Please do check out our website. And yeah, thanks very much. That's it from me.
Thank you so much. I must say, receiving it through the post was just lovely. Just having something to open when I got home.
Yeah.
It's a really nice treat. So thank you, and great to be able to see the box being opened as well. Don't forget, guys, if you want to enter that competition, to head over to Twitter for the Teachers Love Stationery vouchers, which we will be looking at later today. So thank you very much, Sabrina, for joining us.
Thank you, Lucy. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so we are now going to move on to Chris. Chris has been a teacher since 2004 and been in leadership since 2009. You've been head of 2 Catholic schools and now a CEO designate for a Catholic Academy Trust. You are here to talk to us today about unleashing staff potential in challenging times, and you're just totally awesome. That's right, isn't it, Chris?
What I said, actually. What I said was, you could say it, but well, I don't know. I'll do my best. I think I'll just try and talk through some of the experiences. Certainly, I think we've all had over the past year or so, and try and give some clarity. I think it's interesting having heard what everyone else has said over the past 3 hours. Really, a lot of what I'm saying may not sound new, but hopefully, I'll try and there might be a few jokes in there if we're lucky. You never know. So, if I just go to my presentation, is that okay? And off we go.
If you want to make it full screen, I'll give you a shout when it's
we're good to go. Yeah? Is that okay?
Thank you.
Okay, lovely, thank you. So I'm Chris Foley. Just to give you a bit of context, spent 15 years in secondary schools in Salford Diocese. That's Manchester part of the world. I'm currently learning to become a MAT CEO, and really, I just wanted to share with you some experiences in situations that are always challenging as to how we can reduce concern for our staff and how we can, in my own words, really try and unleash them in the best possible way. So it's absolutely essential, I think, that leaders who try and control uncertainty can unleash the greatness of their staff. And for me, it just comes down to clarity. And we've all been in situations in school where when things are not crystal clear, no one really knows what they are doing properly. So I'll just share with you some thinking on really 3 key areas. And it doesn't look very exciting, but if you just stay with me, hopefully you'll see why these things are helpful. The first area is what I call precise structures, and building a structure across an organization, being it a small school, large school, a multi-academy trust, that allows staff to, what I would call, breathe within 2 system parameters, actually makes their lives a little bit easier. The second area is this concept of a simple plan executed well makes you look a genius. And I think the third thing that underpins my approach to these kind of actions is communication and what I would try and class as cultural consistency. So I'll start, if I may, with precise structures. Having worked in some quite challenging contexts, especially over the past 18 months or so, it's really, really hard to give our staff certainty if a structural basis for it doesn't exist. And in the past 2 schools that I've led, the first thing I've really looked at is the structure across the piece, across the organisation, because you sometimes find things like in the faculty structure, you have a trained historian trying to lead a team of geographers, or in some worse examples, you find a language teacher trying to line manage humanities. And what's really, really hard is if across a large organisation, those structures don't fit in the right way, the staff can't become the very, very best versions of themselves. So when I took over my current school, I had to do quite a large restructure, which realigned all the roles and responsibilities across the organisation. Now, you're going to say to me that didn't help unleash staff. Initially, it didn't. What it did, though, was to try and give structural clarity to how everybody's job worked. And that's a really hard thing to do in a complex situation. And where you have to approach those things, you have to be really, really honest with your staff and say, sometimes to improve in the longer term, we've got to, as Steve Jobs once said, blow up our own company. And that's a really, really bold approach. But if you think it through long term, and the example I would always give is, I've been in schools where they assign teachers to supervise an isolation room because there's gaps on the timetable. That's never going to be a perfect fit because the teacher's got to move after each lesson. What you actually need is a person for that room and looking at your staffing structure. So the first bit of my approach was to look at structures and to clearly define roles and expectations, because in all those schools that we work in, it's essential that everybody knows who they go to for what problem to be solved. I suppose a challenge for people that are listening right now, on Monday, if you go and speak to a member of your leadership team and ask them, can they describe what their job is in 2 sentences? If they can't do it, there's no structural clarity over what people's jobs are. And that makes the classroom teacher's role so challenging. The other point I would always consider is, are the right personality roles attached, personality characteristics, I suppose, attached to the right job? If you are somebody who is leading on improving the quality of teaching and learning, but you're not the best at showing warmth to teachers, that person's in the wrong place. And too often in large scale organizations and schools that have a bit of challenge, these structures and these people in the right slots, they're not right. You know, if you were to read any book by Jim Collins, read Good to Great, read How the Mighty Fall, he always talks about having people in the right seats. And before your staff can even deliver the greatest lessons of all time, you have to have your leadership positions in the right seats. I then look at a concept which I think somebody wrote before, Rebecca spoke about before, around what I would call workflow certainty in terms of strategic calendaring. And I've been in organizations where on a Monday, staff are told there is a meeting on a Tuesday, which they'll have to attend. It's absolute nonsense, because all that does is make your staff feel uneasy about their workflow. And from a strategic perspective, trying to build across an organization workflow certainty through strategic calendaring actually means that an on-the-ground classroom teacher understands every single week what their workflow is going to look like. If you haven't got a clear staff calendar, how on earth can you expect your staff to execute their job on the ground? They just can't do it. And a lot of these structures are not in place where you see schools in a bit of difficulty. And then if you have quite a coherent staffing structure, coherent SLT responsibilities, and a really clear workflow, you start to get staff to think of their well-being, not as much about someone giving you a miniature hero or making you a coffee or bringing you a sausage and egg McMuffin, but being able to manage their work responsibilities at the same time as living the life that they want to. And from my perspective now, having to look at the helicopter view of quite a broad organisation, well-being is as much a part of staff knowing what is needed across the year. But the big thing here is knowing that that won't change across the year if circumstances change. And the litmus test for this is, I suppose, when you get the Ofsted phone call. You know, we've all felt that organisational chaos when you get the email at whatever time it is, 7 minutes past 12, head teacher, Ofsted, you feel organisational panic. If the systems that sit behind that are all right, there's absolutely no harm in the teacher leaving at the normal time the day before an inspection. And I think oftentimes in terms of school improvement and leading for staff, these points can be missed. What we actually try and do, and from my perspective, I think is really essential, is to see that structures are a foundation, and we only see their importance when they are tested. In the 80s, when I was at primary school, I'm not old, there was a cartoon called Batfink, and he always spoke about how his wings are like a shield of steel. And if you get your structures at every level across your organization really tight and really precise, they're actually a shield of steel around your staff. And then when the wind blows, when the earthquakes strike, when someone spoke before about the apocalypse appears, your organization can actually withstand those things. And while it's really not sexy, this kind of thinking, this kind of clarity will let your staff deliver. Probably maybe another presentation in future would be around whether they agree with the clarity or not. But ultimately, we can't blame poor performance for people, and we can't blame people for it if we haven't facilitated a structure that allows them to be great performers. So when we try and make our staff the best they can be, it has to start with the people at the very top thinking about the system in which they fit. And I think where we've been in schools where that doesn't always work out, I think that's been missing. The second element I was talking about is simple planning. On the screen right now is a slide for an American football play in the 1960s by a team called the Green Bay Packers. The people that work in my school and my organizations, they get fed up of me talking about the National Football League and the New England Patriots and how everyone should be doing their job. But if you keep your plans as simple as possible and every single person in the organization knows the plan, everyone can be successful. And you know, the Packer Sweep was something designed in the 60s by the legendary coach Vince Lombardi. And it was the most important play his team ever ran, because every single time they ran it, they gained 15 to 20 yards because everyone knew what they were doing. And really, simple plans, well executed, make you look like a genius. And the example I'm going to choose to use today is the Bill Belichick, Dr. Evil spectrum. As teachers, have you ever sat in a start of term inset day where head teacher SLT unveiled the school improvement plan? And we've all had that cringeworthy moment where whoever is deputy head for standards is scrolling down and he's getting to page 27, objective 16, part 4, section 3A. Okay. It's like Dr. Evil in the Austin Powers having an easily escapable situation involving overly elaborate and exotic deaths. You know, if plans are overly complicated, they can't be delivered. And let's be really clear, that's a garbage plan. The other end of this spectrum is Bill Belichick, coach of the New England Patriots, who talks to his team about doing 1 or 2 or 3 things brilliantly. And as leaders in our schools, and I'm going through this right now, trying to plan for the 6 schools in the trust I'm about to take over for next September. If our trust-wide plans are overly complex, they're not going to work, and they're not going to help our schools improve, and they won't help our teachers unleash their own greatness. So the challenge always is with our planning at school level, be it departmental, senior leadership, do those plans sometimes increase uncertainty? And in September, when you get to your inset day, and they talk about school improvement plan, have Dr. Evil in your mind. It's the worst position to be in because we've all seen it. An example I'm going to talk about is how when we tried to return in September because of COVID, me and my leadership team at the current school, St. Monica's, we probably spent 30 or so hours trying to plan how to get the school to come back. Because there are schools still now that have split breaks, split lunch, just teachers moving around every day. My approach to this was, if you do all those things, you're not going to have a school at all. You've basically got a glorified admin service for the best part of 190 days. So when we tried to return plan at my school, the principle was keep staff in their own room as they are the assets. If you keep them where they are supposed to be, they can do their job effectively. So we moved to a 3-period day. We had longer lessons, which brought a few challenges. We got the children to understand it's their job to clean and wipe down desks and sanitize hands and stuff. We really, really drilled one-way movement systems, routines, precisely assigned social times, some staggered departures. And as I'll talk about in a few minutes' time, we kind of went overboard on teams over communication, you know, exploiting that technology relentlessly to make things simpler. And then we had an SLT briefing every single day where we checked what was wrong, which now becomes the morning briefing. But we felt, in terms of our planning, if you're a teacher and I want you to teach the best lesson in science or geography or PE or MFL, what you don't need to be burdened with is an overly complicated, overly elaborate plan, which would ruin your day. And in terms of the theory base, I'm currently studying for the MPQEL, which is a joy. And as part of that project, we have to research complex change models. And I challenge us to think about this concept of VUCA, you know, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. As leaders in schools right now, we are working in a context where the environment demands we have to change what we're doing all the time, where the environment is uncertain, where it's complex, and where it's ambiguous. We are dealing with situations that we have no expertise in. And where you have no expertise in something, why would you look to make what you are trying to do overly complex? You know, there's no best model that we're relying on right now. And really, from my perspective as a head teacher, trust leader, everything should be about how can teachers teach as easily as possible? Because if we're not asking that question, what's the point of what we're doing? So I've just put on the slide for you here just the draft St Monica's priorities for this academic year, really, and they were simply all continuing the things that we were doing last year. And the improvement plan, which I know is not what everyone wants to look at, is only about 13 pages long. Sometimes it's about 9. But grasping the complexity of the situations in which we find ourselves is essential for me. And going back to last year, you know, when I took over the school, I was really keen, and people won't always say they felt this way at the time, and I understand why. If we can remove from our teachers the apprehension of how their job will look or how their job will work, they feel better coming into the school. Like the Radiohead song, No Surprises, that's actually one for your teachers every single day of the academic year as best you can. And I've put on the screen this letter that we got from Amanda Spielman, you know, yippee. My mum was really proud of this. It's in a frame on her wall at home. It's not really. And what was most pleasing was the same people who were told you're inadequate January 2018 were told they weren't almost 2 years later. You know, the exact same people. And it's about simple plans, but flawlessly executed. If you can get those things right as a leader, be it in any situation that you're in, your staff can do great things. So really, to summarize this little bit about planning, don't have a Dr. Evil type plan. You know, it really isn't cool. And if you're a senior leader and you want to check how good your plans are, say to a main scale teacher, can you please tell me how our school improvement plan is going? When they give you a blank look on your face, they know it's not very good. Okay. And really the third bit for me is, I think corporate culture is the wrong word. Yeah, that's the best slide I could find. It's a culture of how do you do things here, which is a corporate organizational perspective, allow people to do their thing here. You know, how do they breathe within what you are doing, and how do you build that narrative? And there are 2 key elements here for me. The first being what I call communication discipline. You know, I know because Kezia talked about emails, I'll talk about this in a minute. And then this idea of emotionally consistent leadership at the top of your organization. On the screen now are just a snapshot of the emails. You'll notice Bill Belichick and my little icon in the corner. Emails I have sent to staff over the course of the last year or so at the current school and previously. Every single week we have a Friday weekly message. It is the only email I send to staff every single week. It normally goes between 3:30 and 4:30. I have sent a similar email now, possibly over 200 times in 2 headships. When people talk about communication, and everyone's right, it is essential. The bit that people never talk about or sometimes miss is this idea of communication discipline. Can you send the same type of communique every single day or week at the same time? If you can do that, it again builds staff confidence in what you are trying to do and gives them a sense of comfort and sense of perspective. During lockdown 1, you know, March 20th to whenever July 2020, then January 21 to March the 8th, 21, I wrote a daily message every single day for staff. That is because as leaders, we should never forget that in a vacuum of information, people will make up their own mind. People will think about what they are. People will make the wrong assumptions. Communication discipline has been absolutely essential, I think, in my current context. Whilst not trying to avoid the problems of COVID, it's centered the organization's staff so they know what they are doing. and 2 or 3 key messages every single week, repeated, sometimes brainwashing, but I'll let you judge on that, helps people feel easier about what they are doing. And the same has kind of applied with our parents. If you have the joy or not following me on Twitter, every single Friday we write to parents. Sometimes I'm saying the same things over and over and over again, but it's a way of softening against my staff parental concerns or parental worries. Obviously, I'm just taking up the leadership of this trust. There's been a few situations where some head teachers in the trust have received a bit of challenge from parents regarding the ongoing non-stop merry-go-round of isolating pupils. It's really important that for me in our communications, again, we're being like wings of steel around people. It's those things that help staff do their jobs because it provides certainty. And if you can provide certainty, people can do better. People can teach better. It's quite straightforward. Moving on. Having walked around a school possibly every single day for the past 5 years as head teacher, the thing that always strikes me is, and I have to try and remember, when I'm speaking to every single person, am I the same person every time they speak to me? And let me give you an example. If I walked into a classroom and I was all smiley, happy, and the lesson wasn't great, I'm sending that teacher the wrong signal. If I then walk into a better lesson the next day and I'm scowly and I'm grumpy and I'm making them feel uncomfortable, they can't understand the level at which the leaders of the school are working at. I really like the Simpsons cartoon. There's an episode called Pin Pals where Homer and a few others and Mr. Burns form a bowling team. And they all get given at the end, they get given Pin Pals bowling shirts. It's a great episode. I advise you to watch it after this presentation. In the middle of the episode, Mr. Burns says, I'm having one of my trademark changes of heart. If you're in a school where that is happening, it's making the classroom teacher's job far harder. And we can't expect our staff to perform at the same level all the time if we are not being emotionally consistent. And it's one of the most important things as a leader. When I've started to walk around some of the schools I'll be leading, I'm really, really conscious of how I am acting, because every single thing I do say in facial inflection, like Kezia was saying before, it impacts on people. And from a leadership perspective, if you're leading a department, you have to be the most emotionally consistent person in that team. If you are doing those things, it will unleash your staff. And I suppose for me, it's that idea of in Friends, a lot of pop references, I'm sorry, Chandler's work laugh. Sometimes you walk around the building as a head teacher and you make a comment and people don't know if you are being funny and they feel they have to laugh. If you're on the Alan Sugar scale of being a leader and you're always pointing the finger at people, they're not going to do what you want them to do. Absolute nonsense. So actually, being emotionally inconsistent is one of the biggest reasons I think why staff don't feel valued and why staff don't feel they're able to do their very, very best. At my current school, when I took over, we had quite a punitive performance management system. I'm going to observe you 3 times a year and judge you. What a load of nonsense. Doesn't work. Observing a teacher on a one-off very rarely tells you anything about the practice. And I think it's understanding those things can make people's jobs better. It's really vital then that emotional control, really, it makes leaders better. It makes staff better. And for me, once you get a level of emotional stability at the bottom of your organization, you then get simple planning in your organization built on a really tight structure. Your teachers will feel so much better. And if I could just leave you with one statement, if you ever want to be a senior leader or a head of department or a MAT CEO or anything, just remember this, if you could please, I'm begging you. Great staff cannot do anything without precise and focused leadership. It is the job of a leader, I believe, to build a consistent system which staff can fit into. And when we interview people now in at my current school, and I've not done as much of it this year because most people are staying, which is good news, I suppose. I asked them less about their teaching practice, their skills. I asked them about what kind of person they are, what's been their hardest experience, because I want people who can fit into a system which we have to build to make their lives easier. Please remember, simple plan, flawless execution. Do not be Dr. Evil with your planning. And underneath that is underpinned by communication and cultural consistency. And actually, it's pretty simple. Huge thank you. The last slide is the obligatory picture of Tom Brady, one of my heroes. By all means, please feel to follow me, DM me. I have a blog which shares all of these thoughts, a lot of this thinking. That's my email address. Please feel free to email. I do reply. But leaders set the temperature for the organisation. And if a staff member isn't performing, the first port of call has to be, how are we supporting that staff member? How are the structures being built to inspire them? And how are we trying to unleash their potential? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chris. I don't think I'm ever going to get Dr. Eva on my head. I'm just going to.
You know what? It's true. It's true. You know, how many times have you sat in CPD and thought, "Oh my God, this is a shark with a laser beam on its head"? If this is what happens, and people don't see it, and people don't say it enough as well.
That's true. Yeah, that was really good, and the emotional inconsistency as well. I think that was another key point that was really, really well made. So yeah, quite a lot to think about there. I've made quite a few notes, so thank you so much.
You're very welcome anytime. No problem at all.
Okay, so we are going to move on to our panel, in which Tom is going to be running. So I'm going to hand over to you, Tom, for the panel section.
Thanks, Lucy. Cheers. Yeah, so I'm just going to bring back Tom, and I'm going to bring back Nikki, hopefully, and also Rita will hopefully be joining us soon as well. I'm not sure she's here yet, but she will be. And I just thought we could maybe close the event today with a chat about some of the key themes. And I have to say, Chris, I loved the last little section there that you did. I thought that was absolutely fantastic. What you were saying about it really resonated with me in terms of, you know, a teacher's not performing. You know, what's the first thing that we look at in that situation? And I think the first thing quite often in a lot of cultures that someone looks at is the first thing is they're not teaching well enough. The teaching and learning is not up to it. The strategies aren't up to it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when I started at my current school, you know, and the fixed term exclusion rate was 4 times the national average. And the issue was not the teachers, it was the structure in which the teachers have been put in. And don't get me wrong, Tom, there are times when teachers whose performance isn't great, you know, and we all get that. But as I've kind of gone further up the ladder and experienced more things in organizations, you've got to make sure that every single barrier is taken away. And if you appoint someone to be a teacher, you've got to make sure that they're getting the things that they need. And I think that's quite a cultural mindset, which oftentimes you don't see. You know, in our school, the only people leaving this year are someone who's relocating and me, because I'm going to do something different. And I think that's a positive sign. And I think immature senior leaders think of themselves, first of all, as you will do as I say. And we've all been there, you know. I think, you know, 10 years ago as an AHT, I was probably like that. I probably wasn't as like I am now. And it's getting everyone to understand, I think, Tom, because it's harder work teaching a 43 out of 50 period day, some week, 2 week cycle, than it is doing the bits that I do. And you've got to respect that, you know, especially like with Nikki in primary, you know, being a year 6 teacher, they should be getting a CEO salary. And if we don't acknowledge that, then I don't know what we're doing as a sector.
Nikki, I don't know whether you want to come in on that in terms of.
No, like you say, I mean, it resonated with me. It's just that challenge and support you've got to have the support in place that enables your staff to thrive and have that culture where, like you say, you don't look at that teacher, you look at, well, what can we put in place to support them? What is the barriers that, like you say, Chris, it's removing all the barriers, anything that's getting in the way of them doing their job, isn't it? It's really making sure they've got that success, to thrive.
Yeah, Tom, do you want to add anything on that?
Yeah, just again, I think that one of the things that really resonated with me about what Chris said is that idea of, when you do simple things executed perfectly and you look like a genius. And I think there's so much truth in that. I think a lot of well-meaning initially leadership initiatives tend to be stuff that isn't followed through and isn't stuck with. And once staff feel that this is a fad and it will be around for a bit and then it will go, they don't buy into it. And I think that idea of breaking the barriers down and committing to whatever your strategy is just makes a real difference.
Yeah, thanks. Nikki, we'll start with you on this one. Obviously being a deputy, but and anybody who wants to comment, please do. If you want to comment on any of these questions, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitter, then just post comments and I'll post them up. But the question is, what would your one piece of advice be to a leader who is entering a job where huge change is required?
Yeah, and I think that's going to be key, because as we know, it's there's going to be change. Well, if you're in education, there is going to be change. There is never going to be a time where there's no change needed. And if you feel there is a place where there's no change needed, then there's something wrong, really. There's always going to be ways to move forward. There's always going to be things to adapt to and move forward to. But I think, like I said in my talk, it's that connect before the content. It's about that connections. It's getting those connections with the staff so that you can really understand what is going on. It's getting that data from a range of sources to find out what needs to change and why. And it's about listening. So it's not just going in and saying, right, I think this needs to change this. It's about listening to all of the teachers, all of the staff, listening to pupils, getting a range of data to really make an informed decision rather than going in and just changing something you think's better. And it's having that strategic plan that considers well-being. So it's not going, right, I've got to change this, and this, and this, and this, and not thinking about how it's going to affect that well-being of staff. So it's that strategic plan that does change in a structured way that can still support the well-being of staff. And I think those quick wins at the start that boost morale and and get that buy-in and get that and be truthful with what you say. But yeah, I think those are my key points.
Thanks, Nikki. Good afternoon, Rita. How are you?
Hello, Tom. Sorry about the delay. I couldn't manage the technology, so yeah.
Not a problem. We've just started our discussion. I don't know whether you want to introduce yourself first, because the others have kind of done that during their talk. So,
okay, so I'm Rita Hindocha and I'm speaking from Leicester. I'm an executive principal in the Mead Education Trust, and I'm about to be a principal at our newest free school, Brookmead Academy.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for joining us, Rita. And the question that I've just posed to Nikki was, the first one really was, what piece of advice would you give to a new leader who is coming into a school where a large degree of change might be required? And what kind of would you say to that leader, whether that's senior leader, middle leader, whatever?
Well, don't try and be a hero and do it on your own. Really identify sources of support, identify the knowledge that you need and read around, use your network, use people who are your peers, but also the team that you're working with, because there'll be a lot of talent and expertise. And usually in schools, the issues we face are multifaceted, aren't they, and enduring. So nobody has the skill set to alone address it. So it has to call on so many people and so many skill sets. So really identify your network. Again, see what people are doing now or in the past have done. So school visits. Get in the loop and read, build a base of knowledge, communicate all the way through, over-communicate what the issue is, what the plans are, and that will unearth a lot of solutions and talent that perhaps you didn't know that you had. Delegate, so know your areas of strength and know the areas that you're not strong on, and bring people in who can complement your skills. Don't just rely on people who are the same as you. Be really diverse so you get that diversity of thinking too.
Fantastic. Chris and Tom, I don't know whether you want to jump in on that question about change. Maybe you first, Chris. I don't know whether what you would say to a leader. Maybe you said you were moving on, I think, about 5 minutes ago. So what would you say to your replacement?
My replacement, I'd probably say, don't change how I do it. That's no. I think everyone's got to, Terry Leahy, the old Tesco chief exec, once said in the conference I was at, find the truth. And I think as leaders, when you're picking up an organization, be it in an amazing situation, be it in a tough spot, or be it if it's just coasting, sometimes doing nothing isn't a sign that you are taking no action. And I often think, trying to reach a spot, and you can't do everything at once. And I think too often people try and solve the wrong problem. So finding the nuanced truth of a situation is okay. And I think
what would your, I mean, they always say, don't they, about the 100 days thing, Chris?
Yeah.
You come in, you kind of watch and you observe and you gauge and you get a handle on things. I mean, do you buy into that, or do you think like that leaders in some schools, like if there's a lot of change required, for example, do you think you need to move quicker, or do you think like you come in, you look at it, you survey, and then you act?
When I took over at my current school, I started a staffing restructure after 3 weeks because, like I said in my presentation, structurally, there were too many things that didn't ultimately help the school get better. I think from a structural perspective, if you're taking on a headship in next September, I would be looking at your school structure right now, so you're really, really clear what it looks like. But the softer elements of it, it's listening. I think the 100 days thing is really, really helpful if you know what you're going for. But I don't know. I don't know how you feel about this, Rita. When you pick up a school and you're about to lead it, you don't really know anything, and it's okay to say initially, I don't know what the problem is. So having a bit of patience, Tom, I think works. It's quite nuanced, isn't it? Really, that's not been helpful, has it?
No, it has. I totally agree. Like what you said to start with was brilliant. Tom, remind us your current role at the moment.
At the moment, I'm director of humanities faculty, so I'm head of history, but I also oversee like RS and geography as well. So I think there's almost a different, obviously from the head of school taking over a school approach, I will adhere to the experts. But in terms of taking over a department, I think that is a real challenge in itself. And again, the idea of, I think that whole idea of bringing people with you, that point of taking stock and listening more than you're talking, I think that idea of actually working out, not being in too much of a rush, I think it can be really tempting and almost quite, when your anxiety is going, as I know I experience sometimes, I need to be making that change. I can see things that aren't right. You can't, Rome wasn't built in a day, and you need to take that time to take stock. And then, I'm with Chris here on structures, in terms of structures and working out the process of how you're going to achieve something. Once you put that in place, you can start shaping it. But I'd also say, from my experience, I changed to my current school. I've been there for nearly 5 years now, after being at another school for 9. And it takes longer than you expect, would be my advice to people as well. So don't panic if you've got a grand 100 days is a great idea. I like that thinking. But again, maybe don't lock yourself too tightly to, if after 100 days it hasn't changed the way that you wanted, it doesn't mean you failed. It's about being a bit more flexible than that, I think, as well.
Yeah, and there's a question here from Penny. She says, what advice, and we'll come, Nikki, I don't know whether you want to maybe start on this one, and then we'll open it up to anybody. What advice would you give a new head of department who was under pressure to work under a Dr. Evil scenario of complex school and subject plans? I don't know what a Dr. Evil scenario is. But
that was in Chris's talk, wasn't it? It was in Chris's talk.
Oh, was it? Is that what it was? Is that a reference to that? All right then, Chris, you're making yourself famous here. Well, I think better then if we start with Chris then, considering you came up with the Dr. Evil scenario, you can try and answer that.
Yeah, the Dr. Evil scenario is an overly elaborate plan which can't be delivered. Because for Penny, what I would simply say is I would ask quite clearly, over the next 12 months, what are our 3 or 4 key school objectives? And then I would say, and how, as head of department, am I expected to support the meeting of those objectives? Because that's not to be difficult. If you're giving middle leaders long, complex things to meet, it's never going to happen. And I think it's perfectly valid to say to a senior leader or a head teacher, even, can we just be clear what our objectives are? What are the 4 or 5 things, 1 or 2 things you want me and my team to be really good at, and take the conversation from there, because you want challenge to flow up and down, don't you, to a certain extent? That's what I'd say. I'd ask for clarity on what the objectives of the school were.
That makes sense. Anyone want to add in anything on that?
Yeah, so I had a bit of a scenario like that when I was a Senko in a previous school, and it was just unmanageable. It was just too much. So I asked for a meeting with the leadership team, and I had a clear plan with every single item on it that needed to be delivered, and a lot of it there was just no time for. So I went through and said, right, so you want me to do this? It means this amount of hours a week. You want me to do this? It means that. So I think sometimes leaders don't actually know what it actually means and understand what it actually means on day-to-day practice. So actually, as a leader, going to your leadership team and actually clearly going through and saying, right, if you want me to do this, this is what it means, this is what it means, and build it up. And then they can actually, oh, actually, no, it's not workable. Let's look at a solution. Let's look at a plan. And I think it's coming up with solutions that you can take to your leadership team to say, actually, this isn't workable, but I've come up with this plan. Is it okay if I focus on this? And that worked quite well then, because we did realign it for me as a Senko in terms of what was manageable. That's just one little thing that I found worked well.
Fantastic. Rita, we'll move on from that. And the next question I've got is about difficult conversations. And I thought we'd maybe start with yourself on this one, not with a difficult conversation with me, but I mean how you would actually manage or plan a difficult conversation, and how you feel about those, because I hate them.
Yeah, they're not something I look forward to, but they have to happen, and they always will. They're just part of the role, and it's right that we should always feel uncomfortable about them, because sometimes they will end in a serious way for the other person. So we should never feel glib or easy about it, because there are potentially serious consequences for people on the other side. However, I find them difficult, but there is then that unwavering moral purpose, isn't it? Which is that we have to have the best for our pupils, and our pupils don't get a second chance at education. The first time right has to be right for them. And you just get that surge of moral purpose, which gives you the energy and the strength to overcome what are going to be difficult conversations. I always plan them meticulously. I try to be really dispassionate. I really examine my language beforehand. I think pronouns can be incredibly weighted. So I try not to use the pronoun you, and I try to frame it in a wider way. Be absolutely clear about the facts of the matter. Stage it in your, think about the seating, think about absolutely every aspect of it, and do it with a sense of compassion. And I know that the person on the receiving end won't receive it perhaps in the compassionate way that you're trying to do it, but it has to be a process that leaves everybody's dignity intact and be as compassionate as possible. But then you do need the hard outcome that you need. Lots of planning and thought.
Rita, just to follow up on that, but how do you make a decision whether the difficult conversation is required or not? How do you just make a personal gut decision on that, or is it more to do with
usually there's a whole train of events that has happened. It's having an impact on pupils, it's having an impact on staff, or it's stalling a really critical area of the school from developing. And then it just has to happen, because you can't have any of those three things compromised.
And afterwards, after you've had the difficult conversation, and let's say and I'll open this up to everybody actually, but obviously we'll start with you, Rita, just based on what you've said. But let's say you have had the difficult conversation, it's not gone particularly great. What kind of strategies would you give to leaders who are not very good at difficult conversations, and maybe they've had one and it hasn't gone very well? How do you kind of emotionally manage that, and how do you kind of move on from that? I mean, is that something
two or three things there. So rehearse it. You know how we talk about microscripts for behavior and all sorts. Rehearse it with a colleague, or write down. If it's an email communication, I usually write the email and send it to myself first, and then I'll read it as though I'm the recipient, and adjust it and send it again. I really love the fact that there are so many legal processes that underpin this. So I'm a great fan of employment law, because it's secured rights for women and minorities and so on. So I always just have really great HR advice and follow the process. I'm a great believer in absolutely adhering to the process, because the process protects the other person and it protects us. So never take shortcuts, never drive a cart horse through process. Always respect the process and just follow the process. It will be painful, but it's a well set out track that protects every party.
Yeah, Tom, I don't know whether you want to chip in on this one. No?
I think to come back from your point, Tom, which is a really good one about how that can affect you as being involved in that. I think it's I can't claim credit. It's kind of an odd CBT technique, but I think in this case, catastrophization, you're worrying about what could happen, how it could go. I think even prior to the meeting, it might sound counterproductive, but almost to work out what's the worst thing that could happen, what's the worst outcome of it, and then you kind of realize that even it going the worst way it possibly could, the world is still spinning. And there are, avenues to bring it back. And I think that can kind of empower you to think, look, I'm walking into that room, or whatever the scenario might be. It could not go the way that I want it to, but by doing the planning like Rita's talked about, which actually was brilliant advice, thank you, Rita, is that idea that I've prepared for it the best that I can. The factor that you can't control, of course, is the other person. And you have to be a bit compassionate to yourself as well about, look, you've done your best with that conversation. If it hasn't gone the way that you wanted, then you look at, right, what can we do to rectify it?
Yeah, spot on. Chris and Nikki, I don't know whether you want to add anything on that.
Yeah, I was just going to add that it's also about knowing your staff as well, and knowing how to approach them. And it's trying to do hard things, but in a human way. So it's still having that compassion and the way that you talk to staff. And I think it's being emotionally ready yourself, because if you are feeling annoyed about something or cross, that's not the time to do it. You need to take your breath and be in the right emotional state yourself to actually take on that conversation, rather than going in storming and cross.
What if you're always annoyed about something, like me? How do you do that? There's never a good time, is there?
You've got to fake it. You've got to fake it until you make it. Unfortunately, I think you've got to fake it, or you just got to, like you say, get yourself in the mindset where you're able to fake it for that bit. But also, it's just thinking of, actually, people want the truth, and actually that staff member might not actually realise that this is an issue, and they might, and like Tom said, actually, we don't know the outcome. The staff member might actually take it as a really positive step. It might really support their development. You've got to think about these difficult conversations, in my experience, have always been win-win, because for that staff member, that has really helped them to move forward as well. And we're doing them a disservice by not telling them what can help them to move forward. That's from my experience.
Yeah. Chris, I'll put you on the spot again. You know what happens in this panel? I keep having ideas that are like the really difficult questions, and it's always your turn when they're really difficult.
That's all right.
Basically, like in my head, I'm just thinking, like, have you had a difficult conversation maybe where you thought, oh, do you know what, I need to learn from that, and I got that wrong, and then maybe like, or do you think you've always kind of like, because some people, like, they just seem to have more of a natural ability to have those kind of conversations as opposed to others? Is that something you've developed or always had?
I don't think you ever have it. I think you kind of hone those skills, you know, scripting the conversations, being clear with it. If you're having a conversation with somebody and it's going to be difficult and you are not feeling a little bit anxious about it, I think that's a concerning sign. You know, and from my perspective, you're never going to get it right, you know, and all that happens, Tom, is that you have the same conversation on a different level the further, you know, the more, you know, the greater responsibility that you hold. And there's been lots of conversations where I've got things wrong probably more times than I get it right, and I'm okay saying that.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm okay. There's no end point to being good at telling someone they're not very good, you know, you'll learn from every single one, I think. You know, I mean, things that I do are scheduling. If I have this meeting, you know, my PA would always know that these meetings have the chance that they can degenerate sometimes into a you know, and it goes overly long, you know. So just tricks you pull are things like making sure interrupt me at this point and the phone has to ring. You know, it's true though, because
Chris, we're not talking about edgy date now, all right? We're talking about difficult conversations.
I'm happily married, Tom. You know, so but I think that the hardest bit of those, when you start to do those conversations, is how you bring it to a close.
Great.
Yeah. Talking of bringing that to a close, let's move on to the next one. How do you, and I'll leave this open to anyone really to jump in, but number one, how often do you evaluate your own leadership? And secondly, how do you evaluate your own leadership? So how often do you do it? And how do you do it? What do you use a framework? Do you just sit there at the dinner table and talk to someone about it? You know, in your early career, how often did you do it? I don't think that I can speak for myself. I didn't get any, even the so-called leadership courses I went on really early in my career, and I qualified in 2008. And I was on a kind of developing leadership program early doors, and I honestly, like, I don't think there's sufficient training for people to evaluate their own leadership, know where to go to evaluate their own leadership, but also just like, we presume really good teachers are really good leaders. And I don't know if that's right. And I feel like that's an approach that the profession has had, but I'll stick to my original question. Feel free to butt in on that opinion as well. But how do you evaluate, and how often do you evaluate? Chris, do you want to start? Oh no, Chris, you end. I'm going to leave you alone for a minute. Nikki, do you want to start?
Yeah, so I do evaluate regularly my own leadership. We do a lot of 360 degrees sort of analysis, where we will ask staff for different, to fill in the questionnaires, but also as part of the senior leadership team, we'll do quite often sort of a 3 stars and a wish type thing for each other, where we'll put, really appreciate this about you, do really, really well at this. Actually, this is something you can develop. And then we'll have a coaching session to look at it. So we'll get the views from the different senior leaders, get our sort of answers back, and then we'll reflect on that, and then have coaching sessions that help us to move forward on those sessions. But again, I'm with you, Tom. I don't feel that we do get that leadership training and skills that we need. I am currently doing a master's with the National College for Education, and the amount of things I've learned just since November, I'm like, why have I not known this since the beginning? But I think you're always growing and always learning things, and you can never stop learning about leadership. But yeah, definitely needs more leadership. But and also just informal conversations with people. And if I've led a meeting, my colleagues will say, that went really well, and it's just trying to get that feedback all the time about how I can move forward and make a difference, really.
Yeah. Rita, do you want to add something on that?
Yeah, I think I'm just a naturally reflective person, and it kind of goes hand in hand with imposter syndrome as well. So I feel comfortable where I am. I think I'm of a certain age, and I really know what I'm like and what my strengths are and where I need support. But I am just very reflective anyway, because I've always thought, oh, I shouldn't be where I am, and I'm not doing a good enough job. So comparing, contrasting with others. So, you know, how are other people dealing with it? Is that how you would deal with it? What do you want to take away from that? Evaluating after an interaction, a presentation, a meeting, asking trusted colleagues as well. Although, yeah, and colleagues who you know will tell it to you. Constantly, actually, you know, reading and Twitter is good for that, because you see your peers doing things, and I know you get a partial view on Twitter, but that's always a good source of and reading blogs, and also that's how they approached it. What do I want to adopt from that? What wouldn't I do on that? We're all still modeling ourselves on others, but also seeing things that we would never do, which brings clarity and reflection. And reflection too. So yeah, constantly being reflective. So I'm not sure if like formal methods. I know what you mean, Tom. You're sort of advocating for methods, and there's a place for those, but they sometimes don't get to the heart of it. So relying on your networks and the people.
I mean, I wouldn't say I was necessarily advocating. It was more how leaders do that. Was more what I was kind of like getting at, and that answers it. You know, the more informal approach of doing that kind of answers that question. Chris and Tom, I don't know whether you want to come in on that one as well.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting because I feel like I've hopefully got better at it and more willing to do it over the last kind of 3 or 4 years. And I think there's 2 reasons why I found it easy to do. I think that one is being able to having better relationships thanks through Twitter, and then, you know, going through the WhatsApp groups, that sort of thing. I've got good friends now who are in similar positions at other schools, and I found that really helpful, because obviously there are people I can talk to at my school, very much so, and I regularly do, but I do find it quite useful if you're able to talk to people who aren't directly in, you know, social contact with those who might be involved and thinking about, you know, when things haven't gone quite so well. The other one that I've increasingly done is actually looking at areas outside of teaching. It sounds really bizarre thing to say, but since I've been helping coach my son's football team for the last 3 years, and the amount that I feel like I've learned from looking into coaching outside of teaching and all the aspect that comes from that, then I'm reflecting back on how I effectively manage my team, to use the same idea at work. And I think being more reflective is always valuable. I would say, and as somebody who's a bit of I think imposter syndrome, as Rita and Rachel talked about earlier, is very strong and something I've struggled with. There is a danger of being almost too reflective. And once it goes into the realm of second guessing yourself, and there is a reason why you've got to the position you have. And I think you need to sometimes have that courage about being, do you know what, you know, I am doing not just the best that I can, but I'm doing a good job. And there are elements I can improve on. But I think recognizing your strengths and, you know, a bit of self-praise actually can be a really valuable thing. Because I know personally, I've never really been that comfortable with doing that. And I think that's something which can probably make us a bit more reasonable when it comes to situations where it's maybe not gone as well in terms of leadership as you would want them to.
Yeah. Because we're running out of time, I'm going to just crack on with the final kind of question that I've got, really. And Chris, we'll start with you on this one. But how do you, as a leader, and I'm particularly, I mean, I'm talking really at a kind of senior level, I guess, with this one, but it could, to be honest, be at any level. The question is about priorities, and how do you decide on the priorities for your leadership at that time? So, for example, you know, there is that kind of debate about, right, what's more important? You know, there's like a triangle, and you've got like pedagogy and behavior and staff culture and timetables and structures and health and safety and all these other things. You know, how do you decide in your pyramid what comes first? And then I guess also is like, what does come first for you? I mean, you know, the first thing is deciding it. The second thing is what actually does. What is is there a most important element? Is there something that glues together and improves the school and gets things moving, or you know, the most out of those things? Yeah, I know it's an amazing question, Chris. I'm full of amazing questions.
Have you been interviewing for CEOs lately, Tom? You know, if you'd asked me that question when I first became a head teacher, I would have said my priority would be to maximise the outcomes of a school's results. If you were to ask me the question now, or, you know, 5-6 years down the line, my priority probably is to build a team of people who A, know what we stand for, B, know where we're going, and B, feel compelled to drive us there. Mm-hmm. And I think the hardest bit of your question, and I'm probably going to give you an answer that won't make very much sense, is knowing which bits of that are a load of noise and which bits of it are process outcomes of getting the things that are important right. You know, and that's really challenging. You know, if we want to improve behavior, do we go for a zero tolerance behavior system? Well, in some ways, maybe. Do we make it? It's getting little elements of things right at every single level that generates longer term and larger scale improvement. So from my perspective, taking on as a head teacher, I want to make sure that my teachers can deliver in the classroom as best they can. Let's get that sorted out first of all, that system and structure. I then want to give them the time to develop their subject curriculum so that they can be as good as they can be. That means let's make sure our calendar structure is coherent and they have time to do certain things. So it actually, it's not an exact science. And I would be really, really concerned, as I say, about someone taking over an organisation and on September the 1st saying, this is how we're doing it. You know, it's highly nuanced, and schools are incredibly complex organisations, aren't they? And you have to have a base set of overarching priorities. And I think someone spoke about it earlier today about giving people the parameters to deliver on those objectives in their own way, in their own domain. And I think the hardest bit to do is, when, as a head, you have a lot of the power, but in reality, the very, very best heads give away most of the control within reason, don't they? And I think that's how I would approach it. That is a stinker of a question, though.
I love these. Rita, same question for you, really, is if you add your set of things, so let's say, for example, behaviour, staff culture, pedagogy, health and safety, I could carry on, but there's some key ones. Is there some idea you have in your mind of, well, if that's what I need to look at first? It's not that the others aren't important, but this is what I always need to look at first.
I think it goes back to difficult conversations. So I took on a headship at Rushmede, but I'd always taught there, so I knew that really well. And now I'm doing a free school. And in both situations, people have been really important, getting the right people in the right posts. And that's why the difficult conversations come in. So when you take on an institution that's already running, it's identifying, you know, things that are blocking the developments that you want. And it's usually people, and then supporting them to get aligned and improve, or finding other ways for them to exit to better routes. And I know with the free school, we have a vision of what we want the curriculum and the behaviour systems to be, but it's recruiting the people who can deliver that. So, you know, if you've got a vision for your English curriculum or your science curriculum, that's fine. But if you can't recruit a person who can deliver that, or even go beyond it, if you're really lucky in your recruitment, then that can't happen. And behaviour is always a priority for me, because whatever other riches you have planned in store for your pupils and your staff, they can't be enacted if you haven't sorted out the behaviour. So people and behaviour, I think.
Thank you. Nikki, anything that you...
Yeah, it's hard to I totally agree with everything that Chris and Rita have said. I think the only thing I'd say is it's that quality of teaching and learning and that relationships. I think that behaviour will come if you build that relationships right, both with staff and pupils and between the staff. So yeah, just to add and amplify to what Chris and Rita said, it's that relationships really that is the key.
Tom?
Yeah, I think from thinking of it more from, taking over a new department, sort of those priorities. I think the reality is it's very easy to say, oh, well, we'll move some people out, bring some other people in. And I know the heads on know that's a lot harder than it might sound. And I think you need really to find the value in those who are there and to make those feel valued and to make the best from them. So you might, for example, obviously speaking from my history teacher idea, you might go into a new department and go, oh, brilliant, we're going to do this and that and African kingdoms. And in reality, if the teachers you've got there don't have the subject knowledge for those areas, you can't teach them. And over time, you can coach them. But I think it is about making the best of the people who you have. And if they don't respond to the move that you're trying to put in to improve them, then obviously that's when those decisions about whether you need to go in a different direction can come up.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, everybody. It was brilliant. And I wanted to do this panel, to be honest, on a purely selfish level, because I just enjoy hearing what different people's thoughts are on these questions. And thanks for being honest and sharing what you all think. I'm going to say bye to everybody now. So if you want to wave and say bye, you can. But thanks very much for joining us today. It was amazing. And cheerio.
Bye. Thanks for having me.
Cheers. Lucy, I'll bring Lucy back in. Hello, Lucy.
Hi, that was really amazing. That was great. The comments coming through were fantastic.
Are you feeling positively exhausted at the end of this event?
Yes, it has been a marathon of an event, but it's been really good. I'm so pleased that everyone's had such a great time at it, and I think we'd just like to conclude by saying a massive thank you to everybody who's taken part, from our speakers through to the sponsors. I'm sure everybody has got their notebooks filled with ideas and can go away feeling refreshed with some new things to maybe implement and think about. If anybody would like to get more involved with the Teach Meet Leadership Icons, we would love to hear from you. You can drop us a DM on the Twitter, or you can find out how to contact us via our website. So if you've got any feedback, any questions, or you just want to get involved, we would love to hear from you. So thank you so much. It's been great.
And a big thank you to you, Lucy, for organising this event, for hosting this event. Absolutely fantastic job. Also, a massive thanks to Steph behind the scenes, running Teach Me Icons Twitter account and everything else. And also to every speaker, obviously, who has spoken today, because it's been fantastic. The level and quality of the presentations has been amazing. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for joining in. And we've actually got another event actually tomorrow night, which is the History Behind as part of TM History Icons. So if you're interested in history and history teaching, then definitely pass the word on. That's tomorrow night at 7 p.m. I think. Steph will correct me, but I think it's a 7 p.m. start. But thanks everybody, and a massive thanks to our sponsors who make this possible. Pupil Progress, Welby, and everybody, basically everybody who financially, corporate-wise supports us, because we wouldn't be able to put on this event without Teachers Love Stationery, Pupil Progress, Welby, and all the other sponsors who actually join us for subject-specific events as well. So thank you. I think I've done now. Are we done? Is there anyone I've forgotten? Is there anything I've forgotten? That's good. That's good news. Right. See you later, everybody. Thank you. Cheers for joining us.